And so we are now broadcasting on the YouTubes, just letting you know so that way no one blurts out anything if they don't want to. We'll give everyone a moment to sort of stream in, but it's kind of the good side of things as we're moving through Anti-Oedipus, finally finishing chapter 3. Dear Lord, this has been a long few months of this. Chapter 4 will take some time. There's a lot going on there, to say the least. There's a lot going on. But chapter 3 is just too damn important for us to just move on past. So we're going to be spending a little bit more time with it. We're going to be revisiting all of chapter 3 now. That's what I think we need to do. That's what I want to do. I want to spend a little bit of time making sure we drive a handful of points home that are, again, the focus of this reading is not that you end up with the world's greatest understanding of the book. It's that you're able to make headway into it. And there's a handful of things I think that are important to that. We're going to make our way through, answer questions if any of you have them, because that's the goal of this, is for us to just continuously revisit. And then kind of from there, we'll see what happens. So how's that sound to everyone who's here? Not bad? Good even it's good even. See there, that's more what I was hoping to get. This will be an interesting group for it too. I'm excited for it. What you got, JK?
You're gonna. So I wanted to understand what is there any comparison with Spinoza's use of axioms in his philosophy?
Yes. Well, so Spinoza's use of axioms comes from the same place I think all of these do, which is as mathematics was sort of developing and we started getting to the place of understanding set theory, particularly. The way that we talked about mathematics was focused around understanding primarily that any set of given integers of any sort, really, that set will have a handful of rules. The rules determine what integers are included in that set, the possibility space within that set, you could say. And these axioms are basically laid out like, for example, every whole number. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No blank numbers, only even numbers, 2, 4, 6, whatever. And those are the very simple versions, but they get far more complicated because the way that sets work is necessarily you don't end up in a place where a set has numbers that don't fit the axiom that sort of builds them out. And at the same time, sets are sort of finite and infinite in their own way. There's a finite infinite, sort of a limited infinite that exists within each set because they can go on quite easily forever. But they also aren't literally everything. So there's this kind of odd interaction where you start having conversations about sets between sets, series, you might say, these combinations. Spinoza happened to be writing at a time when a lot of this was coming together. We have, my favorite thing I have is, there's a book of Spinoza's correspondence. And one of his pieces of correspondence that I love is him going back and forth with, one second, the monad guy. God damn it, my brain. Why am I Leibniz. I keep in my head. I've been reading Frege, and my brain is like not wanting to think of anyone but him for some reason. But Leibniz, he went back and forth with Leibniz in correspondence, and Leibniz 100% was in this space. These are mathematically trained people. Their backgrounds are like intense mathematics at university level. Of course, their correspondence was only about Spinoza's day job, which was about grinding lenses, and Leibniz wanted a way to know how to look for a good lens. That's two of the greatest philosophical minds of all time. It's a great little bit, but all of these guys at the time were really infatuated with this. Over time, the mathematical side of things sort of, we'll say, branched into a bunch of different directions. for Deleuze, and it's why he returns to this idea of the axiomatic, is he pulls from Rouillère, he pulls from Simondon, he pulls from Bergson, again, mathematically, physics, science-based guys. And the way that he looks at it is he realizes that we live in this really odd place of capital where everything being taken apart down to these tiniest bits, the littlest things that there is, the way that capital circulates these elements and the way images are produced is not really how it seems on the surface. Instead, that the way desire finds the pieces that it needs to attach to, or the pieces that it uses to build meaning, it does so very similarly through a calculus adjacent sort of derivative. And the way that this works is that these axioms that allow these tiniest bits, these integers, these quantities, quantitative elements of things to be aligned or to be grouped, that actually operates in the same way set theory does. That you have these axiomatics that are deciding whether or not desire integrates or doesn't integrate these quantitative elements. It's a really complex thing to get there. It's important to go through all the steps of understanding first, and we're going to do, I think, all of those today. But to get there, it's important to understand how the social order determines desire, how desire interacts with it, and what really that setup sort of has meant through time. And this is kind of that larger, bigger deal, if that makes sense. So that's like my short version of it, but it 100% comes from mathematics, calculus, and Deleuze is taking very much from Spinoza and others who wrote in this space about the axiomatic, which is actually a huge number of people, to be frank.
Actually,
I wanted to go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I wanted to throw something out there. This pertains to what we're going to be talking.
You're super cutting out, Josh. It's just letting you know you're super cutting out. You are.
What about right now?
That's better.
Am I okay right now?
Yes. Don't move.
Okay, I'm going to say.
Oh no, you moved.
I am not going to move.
Okay.
So, oh shit! No, I didn't move. Wait, how about now?
Better. Go. Go.
Tell me what. All right. I just discovered Nathan Witter's readings of Deleuze, and it confirmed I was originally determining Deleuze's relationship to mathematics. And I from it, but then when I got a hold of Witter's reading, it supported my original, really on each turn, in saying that there is very change, change.
Okay, I'm gonna have to stop because it's like every third word is just not showing up. I'm gonna take what I said and you're gonna like go yes or no. Witter's, if you would type in the chat, that would be great, so I can find a source, so I could repost it, so I can go in. But it sounds like what you're talking about is Witter's leads in this very direction, very mathematical Deleuze. No?
I don't know if I'm any better right now. I'm trying to get away from the bad spot. Witter argues that every difference in degree is a difference in kind, a change in kind. Every quantitative change is a qualitative change, and that's what intensity is. Intensity is the marriage of the every
All right, that's it. You died again. I love you, Josh's. I do. I genuinely love. Okay. I genuinely love you. We're gonna go ahead and I'm gonna actually have to just I'm gonna have to kill your mic. I'm sorry. If you could type in Witter's, we will go over it in a little bit. I love that kind of stuff. I love looking through odd takes that for Witter's wrote a bit, as you were talking about, it seemed, on intensities, not just intensities, but on intensities and the intensive quantities, which is a really fun subject. And it's one that's really, really tough. We're not there today. But we will be there. So if you would write up and just say who it is, maybe drop a link, we'll go over it in a little bit. Today, what I want to be doing is I want to be making my way through chapter 3. We're going to do kind of an overarching recapitulation of the entire thing. Because when we move into chapter 4 next week, it's just incredibly important that we do that. There's so much that is important to make sure everyone is baseline on, that anyone who's part of this reading or anyone who's following along later or whatever makes their way sort of overall through these ideas. And these ideas are not easy ones. Does anyone have any things about Nathan Witter? That's why I couldn't. Witter, it's a fascinating name. Widder. Every difference in degree is the same time a difference in kind. I'll have to spend time breaking that down. Before I jump into chapter 3, is there any places in chapter 3 that anyone would like me to focus on as I start barreling through it? Because we are literally going to start at 3.1, and we're going to talk about what the inscribing socius is. Because I've seen people who are in this reading, and people who've been in past readings, make statements like, the socius is a body without organs, for example. Which is no, sort of no. It's a complicated answer. So is there anywhere that anyone would like me to be focusing before I start? All of it. All of it is fair. That's fair. Greek name that I can't pronounce. Excellent. That'll work. Screw it. That'll work. Oh, logos. That works too. That's a fancy way of spelling logos. All right, so let's start then up front. At this point in Anti-Oedipus, before you get to chapter 3, they've been focusing on sort of two places. The first is really going through desiring production and how it functions, and really trying to throw out all of the preconceived notions of how the sort of impetus to move forward, the conatus within Spinoza, or the libido within Freud, or the will to power within Nietzsche, this force, desire, as we call it here, desiring production works, functions, builds, how it works by breaking, all of these things and all of these setups, that they're really trying to get us away from this idea of singular objects working downward. Instead, it's much more of a focus on the sort of emergent nature of desire. Chapter 2 is then focused on problems we've run into thanks to how all of these things work together. And they don't go into the historical side of it. Instead, it's how this desiring production process, which is emergent, becomes malformed. And malformed is an important word here. It's not that it's not desire anymore. It is. It's that it's malformed because of mistakes that are made as these things grow. You could say it's similar to the sort of nature of a germinating plant, that a plant may malform. A tree may get burls. It may get, because of the interaction of all of the natural things that are sort of around it. The desire has the same thing. The desire, how it collides back with itself, how it comes back on itself in time, is kind of an odd setup. That's what chapter 2 is really focused on, is these paralogisms. Because we have the logic of desire, which is laid out in chapter 1, the paralogisms, which is taken from Kant. It's the idea of faulty logic, broken logic, improper usage, which is chapter 2. And we move into chapter 3, which is how these existed in time. They don't want us to just take these things sort of at face value. Whoa. Well, logos, you are screaming at us. They don't want us to just go, oh, well, this is how things work. It's like, no. These things aren't like this because this is how desire is. It's actually set up this way because of, in time, the social realities of man and how they've been built. And that's what chapter 3 is focused on, is the social, historical, universal history of mankind. They open with talking about something new. We went through desiring machines, the multiple syntheses, and the body without organs. They open with the socius. The socius is like, I'm going to say like, we'll come back to it, but it's like the body without organs of social order. at large. And again, being very, very, very careful with saying like. It's not the same thing. Let's read the paragraph and then we're going to talk through it. The inscribing socius. If the universal comes at the end, the body without organs and desiring production, under the conditions determined by an apparently victorious capitalism, where do we find innocence for generating universal history? Desiring production also exists from the beginning. There is desiring production in the moment that there is social production and reproduction. But in a very precise sense, it is true that pre-capitalist social machines are inherent in desire. They code it. They code the flux of desire. To code desire, the fear, the anguish of decoded flux, is the business of the socius. As we shall see, capitalism is the only social machine that is constructed on the basis of decoded flux, substituting for intrinsic codes an axiomatic of abstract quantities in the form of money. Capitalism therefore liberates the flux of desire, but under the social conditions that define its limit and the possibility of its own dissolution, so that it is constantly opposing, with all its exasperated strength, the movement that drives toward that limit. At capitalism's limit, the deterritorialized socius gives way to the body without organs, and the decoded flux throw themselves into desiring production. Hence, it is correct to retrospectively understand all history in the light of capitalism, provided that the rules formulated by Marx are followed exactly. And then they go into a handful of sort of Marxist historical terms so they can get to this universal history. The idea of the socius, if you remember the BWO, desiring production, desire produces, connects, disconnects. The disconnection leaves behind a sensation. A sensation is produced through the connection of desiring machines. This sensation is recorded. It's felt, it's remembered, it's left. This recording sits in a pile of all the other recordings. This is kind of the thrust of what is sort of happening here. So if we're going to be spending time talking about sort of the setup of the socius, the BWO is an interesting way to talk about it, because here I am. I exist. Desiring machines exist. They produce. As they disconnect, they create a little body without organs. And at some point, there's maybe a subject that sort of comes along with it. But that's really contained inside of a person. A lot of this has been talking about sort of within an organism. Within a collection of desiring machines. It's sort of a decentered sort of subjectivity. This way that a recording happens, this is also happening in the social world. We very much experience it. We learn socially what other people like or don't like, what other people are willing to do, how much work I've done, the capitalist world we live in, how much work I've done, how much labor I've produced, how much I've bought. These things are literally recorded. They're around us. They're kept around us. But what keeps that sort of thing socially? How do socially we understand between us how these things have been recorded? This is the socius. Well, the desiring machines have the BWO. We at large, you could say BWOs, all have the socius. The socius is this larger recording, the social element of recording, where things are recorded. This is this inscribing socius, and it's got two parts, and they say it here kind of, I think, really nicely. To code desire and the fear, the anguish of decoded flux is the business of the socius. This is what the socius does. Not only is it about making sure desire is coded in some capacity, but it is also where the anguish of decoded flux appears. Think of this as socially we exist, and the necessity of being together in a group is that we kind of have predictability in other people, that we know that they will do things that are needed. I'm certain I will do what's needed for my tribe to survive. My wife, my children, we're in a tribe, prehistorical, pre-capitalist, pre-despotic. I'm very certain my wife and I will work towards saving our kids. And then you come along. How do I know what you'll do? Well, this is what the socius is. The socius gives that coding, but also gives that anxiety, that fear of the decoded flux. If you aren't coded in the same way I am, if you aren't coded at all, if desire is just going, you won't do what's needed for all of us to survive. This anguish of decoded flux is the socius. It does these two operations. In time, we'll be talking about sort of the setup of these things, but they talk through three sociuses, and this kind of helps sort of explain, in my mind at least, what these things are set up as and how they're set up. And I think that's the sort of step we're going to spend today, is looking through the three socii. To continue with just the socius, though, they go through universal history, according to Marx, and it's an important one when we're talking about a universal history. Universal history is a history of contingencies, not necessity. Ruptures and limits, not continuity. Great accidents were necessary, amazing encounters that could have happened elsewhere or before or might never have happened, in order for the flux to escape coding, and escaping to nonetheless fashion a new machine bearing the determinations of the capitalist socius. Thus, the encounter between private property and commodity production, which presents itself, however, as two quite distinct forms of decoding, privatization and abstraction, or, from the viewpoint of private property itself, the encounter between the flux of convertible wealth owned by capitalists and the flux of workers possessing nothing more than labor capacity. These are two distinct forms of deterritorialization. They're going through and really breaking down essentially a really Marxist sort of anthropology here. In a sense, capitalism haunts all forms of society, but it haunts them as their terrifying nightmare. It is the dread they feel of a flux that would elude codes. Then again, if we say that capitalism determines the conditions of the possibility of universal history, we can skip that. It's going to be more complex than I think I'm wanting to spend time getting into today. This setup, as we're sort of making our way through this social order, this recording of society, is a thing that is part of also ourselves. This does not exist outside of us. This is not, above us, looking down at us. We are not private people in that sense. They spent all of chapter 1 and chapter 2 sort of talking through, there is no us or me or you in this, not in that sense. We are produced as part of the process of desire, kind of a desire machine connects with another desiring machine. Recording is kept. Then at some point, all of these start hitting each other. The production of all of that desire starts colliding. At that point, at large, there are these aggregates, the large statistical aggregates of how things sort of come together, and we sort of notice. And then those notices, the things we understand socially, the way things work at large, fall back on the rest of production, and the rest of production kind of gets in line. And this process is ongoing. This isn't a new thing that's happening now. This is a thing that's happened ever since desiring production was a thing. This is kind of the big deal as we make our way through. It's kind of super, super, super important to understand very particularly that we aren't talking about the society. We live in a society, and here I am with my desiring machines. Less that. Much more that the society and those social aggregates and those larger things are part of that same process. So again, chapter 1 is outlining the logic of desire. Chapter 2 is outlining paralogisms that happen as desire grows over time and exists in time. And chapter 3 is the large social formations that seem to completely overtly cover over, that fall back on desire, are outlined. And those three things, and we can go through them kind of in an easy way. The first is the savage, the primitive territorial machine, the earth. When families and people existed, and families not even by how we consider it, when tribes exist wherever the fuck they existed thousands of years ago, and you can go read Godelier. I always recommend Godelier for all of this. The Metamorphosis of Kinship, but these tribes were literally made by the environments they were in. Their cultures, personalities, whatever phrases you want to use, were shaped by the elevation, the type of land, how they lived, where they lived, all of these things were built in tandem. It's not like people from the far north were very, very deeply aware of, oh, we're in the far north and we're doing this because it's cold. No, they were doing whatever they were doing immediately because of the actual stuff in front of them. Villagers would build rice paddy fields in mass because this is where they lived, or they didn't do that because they didn't. The material conditions that created the sort of societies that we know of as these sort of primitive groups, they existed in tandem. They were not connected to the natural thing. It's the wrong way to put it. It's not this noble savage mentality, but instead understanding that when we talk about the earth and how they were made by their material conditions, in return, they also literally inscribed in the earth. They carved in the earth the records of their lives. Archaeologists call this history. They dig up tribes and they see where they built, how they built, where their farms were, how their farms were set up, where they dug into the ground. They literally dug and carved into the earth. Any of these things, how they traveled, the patterns that they ended up sort of changing of the buffalo when it comes to the Native Americans, the way that they sort of hunted, where they hunted, how the Anasazi in the mountains in New Mexico and Arizona, how they lived in the places they lived. These things and setups, wherever you pick, they literally inscribed in the earth the existence that they had as they existed based on where they inscribed in the earth. It's an important thing to remember because this primitive territorial machine, this recording, the recordings literally in the earth and carving, the existence was one of pure subsistence. The way that you existed was by having people who could work with you to do the things your group needed to survive. Either that, or you would die off, or you'd be absorbed into another group. That's it. There's not a lot of options. You didn't have, well, I'm going to go build a libertarian paradise on an oil rig. I don't want to be part of America anymore. No, you did the things. And how it was determined that you did the things was based on basically your birth, where you were born, who you were born to, and how you were born, and at what time you were born. There's a lot of contingency inside of that sort of experience. And they would exist, they would do stuff, and then they would go about their day, and they would do the things. Desire was immediately consumed. Desire would experience a connection with the world, whether it was out hunting, they'd be out wandering, they'd see a broken branch, or they'd have a smell, and immediately they would deal with that smell, that broken branch, that thing. The consumption of the thing happened immediately. There was no BWO, not as we talk about it. There was no recording surface over time. Instead, you consumed desire immediately. That setup would go all the way back to the existence socially. Instead of talking about an exchanges society, which they rally very hard against, and I think Godelia and others have done really good work to show that we've never been a society of exchange. Instead, what we're doing is we are recording. Society is about recording, which means we're about debt. The first thing we do is not exchange, one thing for another. What's happening is we give, and when we give, debt is incurred. Writing is made, a recording is made socially, that Brooks gave a gift to Steve. Steve owes Brooks something in return. It's not outright like that. It's not cynical like how I just stated it, but there is that recording made. And this process is how socially things become intertwined, how socially things grow. The primitive territorial machine and the primitive recording machine, which is the next bit. We'll get to Oedipus in 2 seconds. Sorry, I'm just trying to get to the next little bit here. It moves us to the place where this recording and this setup, the way that it's operating, means that the way that people deal with each other is basically imminent. It's right there. Desire being consumed by what's needed. And that what's needed, what's owed, what's set up is a very different way of looking at it than an exchange of X, Y, and Z, and that people just got along and they found ways to do that. And it's sort of this odd I think, fucked up way to look at other groups. But this setup and this formation of the socius being so close, so immediate, this is the earth socius, the territorial socius. We'll get to representation in 2 seconds. That's my speed run of it. Does everyone kind of get that as an idea, as a concept? Is everyone following?
I get this idea in a Marxian sense, where he said that the history of the creditors and debtors is a struggle, right, throughout the history, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's in volume 1, if
Yes.
you remember the quote, right? Huh?
I do not.
He Marx mentioned about the society, the groups in India, right, and how they kind of unified in a commune without division of labor.
Mm-hmm.
Even the idea of machinery is precede the division of labor, right? When he mentioned about that we kind of wear a clothes before we kind of invented these machinery in the first place, right?
Yes.
So it's kind of like I can see that. I can see that there is a struggle between the credit and debtor, the creditor and debtor, right? And this struggle is within it's kind of within an epoch, right, in history, of course, and it's still
Well,
an
it's
epoch
also
that
it's
still
all
exists.
it's also about what is being recorded. So the gift, again, Metamorphosis of Kinship from Godelier, I think is a masterpiece on this. But the idea of potlatch, as an example, the idea of these other things that various people have attached to, where we start talking about what does it mean for someone to have debt to another. There's this kind of ephemeral contextual debt that exists when you have, again, today, when we talk about it, because we live in a society of cynicism, it's easy for us to go, oh, I see that. When Steve married his daughter to John's family, John had to give a bunch of, a yak and a bunch of gold. That's an exchange. But it's but this is sort of not really what's happening. This is how we see it, because this is how we cynically move things into a quantitative position. But the way that these things operated inside of the earth socius, because it was recorded in the earth, it was recorded in the body, it was much more social, that debts were actually very often left outstanding in order to have those social relations that would place certain people in marriable territory with other people, that would place certain people socially with others. It wasn't quite like the American Midwest or the other places that we like giving gifts. Someone's new to the neighborhood. Instead, it's much more of an ongoing sort of general push to having debt, to having this social machine as it's operating. There's a phrasing that they have. One second. I want to make sure I get the line right. But please respond if you got something to say. Please.
The idea Marx mentioned about hoarding, right? The idea of hoarding, and how it's play a role in capital interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hoarding as a function of capital. Is that relating to what Deleuze talking about, even in an aspect of it, the idea of hoarding, right? And
so within the affiliative stock, you would have some level of that. So again, the thing that they're trying to trace is this universal history to get us to how capital functions. For them, they want to talk about 2 specific lines, you could say, on a graph. One is the filiative line, your germinative line. People you make, your family line. Filiative line is family line. But it's I've made people. I produce more people. Those people do things. We make more people. They work. Literally just make more people. But then you also have your alliant line. And your alliant line is alliances that you form with other families, other filiative lines. It's a horizontal connecting those vertical lines, right? So it's, if you've ever seen a family tree, it's literally just a family tree is kind of how this really works. So you have 2 families marry, and then you have the alliant line between them, and then you have a filiative line for the next generation that pulls back through, that creates a new filiative line, but then also is married to a new alliant line. And this ongoing thing, this way that we look at, one, the filiative stock, the things that are created, the elements that are created by the filiative line, and then traded or indebted via the alliant line. This is sort of done socially, and these things cross through me. If you were to look at a graph, if we were to do one of a primitive society, we lay it out. What you could do is actually just put lines through everyone. You could graph out where everyone sort of sits. The change over time here is the big deal to them, because it's the germinative and the alliant. And suddenly in the despotic, basically what happens is everyone's filiative line now goes through one person. So now it's no longer you have all of these lines that are connected by alliant, but you have one line, and it's distributed from everyone, like tree-like. And then you also have the alliant going through one person, because I don't get to freely marry whoever I want, to write a prima nocta alone, as an example, but kings are the ones who determine what people we work with. If the King of England wants to marry the Queen of France and make a new country between the two of them, holy shit, we've got a whole bunch of new brothers and sisters and partners. But if they go to war, it's the opposite. So there's this other really odd alliant line that shifts there. So now all of our, and this is the core thread. And then within capital, both of those lines are through capital itself. My place in society is determined not just by how much money I have, but it's also what I make and what I produce is literally labor, which is capital. And then also, what do I trade with? Well, I trade and make partnerships with capital. Capital determines my capacity for social integration in both cases now. So everything running through capital puts us in this really weird place where instead of imminently the realization of like my placement in the social world because of these sort of odd nuances, and it's not good, this is not good, but this is just an example, is the odd nuances. Now suddenly in capital, it is pulled away from me. It's almost abstracted into this odd quantification that isn't really quantifying what it seems to be quantifying. How is it that capital determines, like, where does capital say, oh, Brooks, you belong in this neighborhood? These are the material conditions. The reality of your life is you get to live in this neighborhood. And, oh, by the way, you, Steve, you don't get to. That thing is capital. But that isn't really connected to anything we do. Not really. It's not really connected to us immanently. Instead, it's this deep, odd, symbolic relationship that is, again, visited through time, all of these things. And this is the setup. This is why they start with, and I'm on the right page for it, this is why they start with us talking about the primitive people. Because primitive people, the way that they operated isn't within the state-bound hierarchy like we have now. They open with and talk through Pierre Clastra's Society Against the State, which 100% is worth reading, like just absolutely. But just to read just this paragraph on the page here. How does one ensure reciprocal adaptation, the respective embrace of a signifying chain and flux of production? The great nomad hunter follows flux, exhausts them in place, moves on with them to another place. They're literally just talking about like the actual experience of like hunting. The great nomad hunter follows flux, the change in air quality, the change in smells, the change in ground, the flux and the noticing and the connection to that the desires making. These are the immediate flux of desire. He reproduces in an accelerated fashion his entire filiation and contracts it into a point that keeps him in a direct relationship with his ancestor or God. This is the nomad hunter who's out on his own, dealing with his own filiative line. Pierre Clastres describes the solitary hunter who becomes identical with his force and his destiny, delivers his song in a language that becomes increasingly rapid and distorted. I am powerful nature intense and aggressive, blah, blah, blah. The hunter in this space, as Pierre Clastres describes it, and there's other writers who've done a lot of kind of amazing shit on this as well, but it's the idea of being lost in the hunt, in the zone, we might say today. Because at this moment, when the hunter is out, he's got nothing else. There's nothing else in the world except for the hunt. There's nothing. It's all of it. Such are the two characteristics of the hunter: the great paranoiac of the bush or the forest. This is a paranoiac, the constantly over aware of all the different connections as a thing. Real displacement with flux, direct affiliation with God. It has to do with the nature of nomadic space, where the full body of the socius is as if adjacent to production. It has not yet brought production under its sway. The space of the encampment remains adjacent to that of the forest. It is constantly reproduced in the process of production, but has not yet appropriated this process. The apparent objective movement of inscription has not suppressed the real movement of nomadism. But a pure nomad does not exist. There's always already an encampment where it is a matter of stalking, however little, where it is a matter of inscribing and allocating, of marrying and of feeding oneself. This is a hunter, a solitary hunter that we talk about, and you can go find all of any movie, any book, from Avatar to Dances with Wolves to Last Samurai, that does the like noble savage thing or whatever it may be that like touches into this. Oh, I want to reconnect with my roots kind of bullshit. The thing you see is that they go on the hunt, and the hunt is invigorating, and they're lost in it and they're going in it, but they return back to their society. You don't get to just be that hunter all the time. You go back to the group of people where the deer you've killed needs to be cut up. It needs to be shared. It needs to be butchered. It needs to be taken care of by a group, and then that needs to be distributed. This is how it works. This is the setup at all. You see this with even animals. The odd sort of beginnings of this type of relationship, where the hunters of whatever group will go get a kill, and then the families, the little children or cubs or whatever, or the non-hunters, they then all get their share, and there's a pecking order and a setup. There's this combination that's always there, period. But man, it's made slightly more complex. It's only one more step. It's not wildly so, but it means that there's no such thing as this pure nomad. It's not the way it happens. At some point, whatever you're doing needs to be distributed. Where it is a matter of stocking, as they say. They mean that quite literally, like stocking shelves at Walmart. Like, it's a matter of stocking, putting things on shelves, storing, and it doesn't matter how little you may have, you have to do that. And that thing, as we shall see elsewhere, as they say, there's always a pervert who succeeds the paranoiac or accompanies him, sometimes the same man in two situations: the bush paranoiac and the village pervert. This is the primitive sort of existence, you might say. The village pervert, again, their phrasing here is psychoanalytic in terminology, coming from sort of Lacanian, I want to say towards the end of Freud's time, but this sort of language around the paranoiac is one who's overindulging sort of all of the immediate neurotic senses. The pervert is someone who is sort of dealing with more the abstract space, relationships and other things. This back and forth, it could be the same man. It could be two people, doesn't matter, but it's the setup. This is the first socius. Once the socius becomes fixed, falling back on the productive forces and appropriating from for its own, the problem of coding can no longer be resolved by the simultaneity of the displacement from the standpoint of flux and accelerated reproduction from the standpoint of the chain. The flux must be the object of deductions and constitute a minimum of stock. The signifying chain must be the object of detachments that constitute a minimum of mediations. It's actually really, really important line here. This is what stock is. Hey, I will help you with your setup, Shakespeare. This was a very lazy setup. Sorry, I'm talking to someone on YouTube. This is coding. This is coding. This is how coding happens. The flux of desire, again, everything is desiring machines at its base. We're way past that. This is a given at this point, and I'm not going to fight it again. Desire is at the base. Connections of desire and recording. These things are happening. So the flux must be the object of deductions that constitute a minimum of stock. You have to have, in some capacity, the ability to have deductions made, separating things out, counting more or less. And the signifying chain must be the object of detachments that constitute a minimum of mediations. This is for Steve. This is Steve's part. This is your part. This is your cut. Mediations. These things have to happen at a baseline. They just do. A flux is coded insofar as detachments from the chain and deductions from the flux are affected in correspondence, united in a mutual embrace. This is social. That's what that means, by the way. It's social. That's social. That's about us dealing with each other, having to deal with fucking other people. That's the setup. United in mutual embrace. This is already the highly perverse activity of local groups who arrange marriages on the surface of the primitive territory. A normal or non-pathological perversity, as Henry A. would say, referring to other cases where, quote, a psychic work of selection, refinement, and calculation was manifested. This is the case from the start, since there does not exist a pure nomad who can be afforded the satisfaction of drifting with the flux and singing direct filiation, but always a socius waiting to bear down, already deducting and detaching. So, just a handful of really great lines here that really, couple things. There's never a such thing. They say this very plainly, but it's the necessity of it. Hermits who live in the woods don't even get to do this. They go out, they hunt and kill, but then they have to store it, consider it, and think about what they've got, and they have to save it for later. They have to be thinking about the future. They have to, or they die. That's death. They have to be, how much going? How are we doing? What are we doing? The socius, the social space, even if you're kind of alone, is always waiting there. There's no pure nomad. So don't romanticize them. Instead, understand. They would go hunt and they'd come back to these complex social situations where they had a very unique type of representation that would allow stock to be allocated, that would allow debt to be accrued here or there, where it gets traded and exchanged. All of these things, these filiative and alliant lines, this is everywhere within the Earth socius. Okay?
Even Hamza, with his wine drinking, lion hunting, he at the end of the day go to Mecca, and
yes.
Medina, go to Mecca to return.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's exactly that, and it's this. This is the coding of this, and again, the lines that are important here is that one I said earlier. The flux affected in correspondence, united in mutual embrace. Correspondence here is a really, really, and I know it's not the word that they originally used, but I think it's a pretty good translation. This is how the communication of things, by having communication, like just by having communication, this is how things are affected in correspondence. And with this sort of odd mutual embrace, the presumption, as we might say now, of good faith or of mutual effort or whatever it may be, this is with that. You've got the group and people are going to make the best case that they have in that. They're going to do the best that they can from that, but you're working together in mutual embrace. This is go out and come back. There's no pure nomad. They want to get away from that idea of thinking of, oh no, the hunters were the hunters all day, which is actually how some people think about these things. And they're romanticized now in cartoons and shit that way, where it's like the hunters go hunt and then they come back and they don't have to care about anything social.
So Brooks, Aristotle, and Marx were right. Like human beings are not human beings are political animals and social animals, right? Aristotle and Marx were right about that.
Well, I would say, well, this is the thing. I would say that the disagreement they would have is they'd say, sure, but what would be better to say is that desiring machines have always been desiring machines, because this is just how desiring machines interact at the level of complexity of these various societies. And this is where actually the next step that's important. As these rules become known, which is the big deal, the filiative line and the alliant line, it doesn't take a lot for someone to take advantage of them, to notice the meta of the game and exploit the fuck out of it, basically. Because you end up running into, and it's they talk about Wittfogel, and Wittfogel's Oriental despotism as being a really formative moment here. And it's an important one for us to sort of talk about. I want to spend, let me see if I want to spend any more time on, I want to spend a little bit more time on the Ars Socius, and then we'll move to Oriental despotism and despotism. Because and we'll come back to that. So here we have this social systems, and you can go back and you can look through tons of anthropology. You can go back and look through an extraordinary amount of literature. You can go maybe find an uncontacted tribe yourself and study and notice, and you will notice, generally speaking, incest wasn't done. And it's a really interesting note, because how Freud and others saw this. If you go back, you look at Totem and Taboo, for example, and others, but not just him, a lot of people through time, they look back and they go, well, look, incest wasn't done. They had rules against incest from the beginning. This is a thing. It's an important thing for humanity that we have no incest. Now, this is sort of true. And this is one of the big deals for me about understanding not just their worldview, but how representation, how symbols function for us today, because this is one of those things that is deeply meta that they're playing with by talking about it the way that they are. If we go back and we go, hey, look, we look for incest, we would notice there's very little, if any. Certainly no intentional, not in that sense. It's not really how it worked back then. Instead, people married off women married off to bring alliant clans together, families together, whatever it is. We talked about that a moment ago. So why no incest? They must have had a rule against it. Or, and their argument I think is very strong here, but what if they didn't have a rule against it? What if instead they had a rule for something else that prevented incest? It sounds more complicated because it's really, really tough to sort of wrap your brain around. At least it was for me. Maybe everyone else is smarter. But the idea of incest and a prohibition presumes, if we have a prohibition, you can't do this thing, the presumption is that we want to. But what if the demand is so strong amongst family that we find other people? Because survival within this world, especially within the Earth Socius, within primitive tribes, within small groups, the demand is on survival. And survival means as many alliances as possible that are as productive as possible. You want the most productive relationships that there are. So you don't really have to say no incest, because you just won't do that, because it's the least productive relationship that there is. It just is. It's unproductive in all of the ways socially, but it's also unproductive filiatively, in enough time. Habsburgs know what I'm talking about. So is it that there was a prohibition against incest, or is it there was a proscription to marry and fuck other people? This difference is actually really, really, really important within their works, because they're not big fans of incest. That's not what they're saying, but they're asking, what if there's a positive drive? What if there's a positive drive that's so strong that it leaves a negative image? Because it did. There's a hole there, a hole we notice, a hole we see, and that we go, fuck, they must have not allowed that. That image, though, it's not the thing. This view looking back, and it's one of the things that, goddamn, what's his name? Cannibal Metaphysics is his book, Castro. One of the more extraordinary sort of writers on this kind of thing. Cannibal Metaphysics is wonderful, and he goes much further with this. But it's the question of, at the base, is it images looking back that we're seeing, or are we understanding the actual drives of the desiring machines and the people, and thus the people of the time. This is where all the rest of chapter 3, in my opinion, becomes formed, is this question. If we look back and we presume from the image we see and the organization we see, that we see from our position, for example, oh, look, people have always done exchange because they're always giving each other something or other, and they're trading back and forth. Capitalism has been around forever. I could make that argument very, very cleanly. Anyone who's not fucking really stupid would immediately go, but wait, that's not how capitalism really works. It's not just that. But the image is the thing. And with incest, very specifically, which they focus on, the book's called Anti-Oedipus for a reason, they really want us to spend time thinking about the image and the after image of desire and how it leaves behind, as if carved into the skin, carved into the earth, recorded into things. This after image gives us an image of prohibitions that may not be there and probably weren't. And that's Godelier, again, going to say his name kind of a lot up front here, but Godelier's works, I think, really go deep into this. And this is their argument, basically talking about Oedipus from the beginning. They deny the idea that there is anything needed for an incest prohibition. Instead, it's about understanding that they had a proscription for other behaviors that stopped incest. Not intentionally. That's not really what they did, but it's just people just didn't do that because they had other things that were more interesting. It's the running joke I used to use for this is if anyone here lives in suburban America, I grew up there. Teenagers are bored to shit in most of these places, and so you have a lot of really awful vandalism or crime that's mostly out of boredom, like quite literally out of boredom. Doug Stanhope in his stand-up makes, I think, my favorite point, which is that doesn't happen in places like the Congo. They've got other things going on. It isn't that the Congo has good punishments for vandalism or for, lighting bags of shit on someone's porch and ringing the doorbell and running away, egging someone's house. That's not the point. It's that they've got other shit going on in their lives. They've got other things happening. They have an affirmative need to take care of other shit. And as such, they don't have time for this other stuff. This other shit that we don't like has no way to sort of seep in. There is no vacuum waiting for it because there is such an affirmative need elsewhere. And I think that is one of the most important parts of the territorial socius to me. It's why they dedicate an entire section on it. The problem of Oedipus, this thing that they're talking about, the problem of all of this is that if we start looking back and seeing these representations of things, these negative images from our position, we're able to find almost anything. And that's kind of their point when we start actually getting to the critique of Oedipus. Is it that we have an innate desire to fuck our mom and dad and that we just need to be healthy by having a prohibition? Or is it that actually desire just needs other shit to do? Other people. Give me other people to fuck. I'll happily fuck other people. More or less. Sorry for the ramble. That one was a little bit longer than I wanted, but there you go. Any questions on... Yeah, please.
Quick notes on this. Since I was discussing with some of the school professors, do you think ontological pluralism actually applies here, or are they trying to go to a different direction? Like, there's this, the germinal flow is kind of already at that direction, but sometimes these things does not really, I can see that they're trying to avoid these things. Like, if they're masturbating the impossibility of insects, that means the reality is about what this thing is and is not at the same time, right? Like, so basically the whole reality that they experience become about a single thing in the reality, which does not make any sense. And the sense and the not sense in the Lacanian term, I don't know if I'm like retroactively looking back into this area, because the sense versus non-sense thing I think it's a little bit almost too contemporary, but I don't think it is not there when they're speaking of this so-called impossibility of the incest. So I just want to see if, if this is is it at the edge of what they're trying to say, or is this somehow?
So it's not far. So to me, I would probably sidestep the question, and I hate to do that, but I think the critique for them is in two places, and I'm not quite sure that it's ontological pluralism, although there's a lot of other places they do touch into that. So that would be itself a possibility. I don't want to refuse.
Yeah.
But it's two specific things. The one is us putting and looking back and saying this prohibition must happen because it didn't happen and people want that. And it's like, no, people wanted other things, and so these things didn't happen. One. Two, when we talk about incest,
I understand.
The symbolic side of incest, I want to get to the one that I think is closer, though. The other half of it, and I didn't really touch into it yet because it's kind of my next spiel, but when we talk about now, we exist in this really weird place of symbols. When we talk about like incest, it means that, mother, father, daughter, others, they didn't really have that. That's not a thing that existed. They had the woman who gave birth to you, and the father could have been father to many people, and your aunt may more be who we would call an aunt, might more be your mom, or your grandma might more be your mom, because they had sort of a fungible social structure that allowed people to move between them a lot easier. So incest in that version also doesn't really apply, because it's like, well, who then is mom?
Yeah, I understand because I had some background in anthropology, specifically when it comes to family structure and how they view sex as a taboo and whatever, from the anthropology side, not the analytic, psychoanalytic, or even sociological side. For example, I can kind of make like a really overdramatic reduction or like oversimplification here. Sometimes in clinical literature, even sometimes between clinicians, there's this kind of convenient but also awkward word that says placeholder, right? So I mentioned ontological pluralism because I don't know if it's appropriate to think of the word placeholder as a pre-existing signified position, or is it not necessarily have anything to do with anything, any fixed signifier? Because, for example, as you said, it's not like they never thought of incest or they just have this explicit rule against incest. It's never, if they do incest actually physically, they don't get any reward of it. It's more of like there's a bypass. The bypass called incest will be able to lead them to always chase for a better or more substantiated reward. Like, for example, it's like if it's not like they're against incest, but it's like there's always something better than incest that comes in the society, and it probably goes to the derivative, but I think it's a little slightly different. Is this the part of the area that you think they're going to? Because the placeholder, it's a very convenient thing, but it's because it's so convenient people abuse it. But sometimes if you don't think of the way that it is a signified position, then it still kind of works, in a clinic. So I just wonder if these area actually, I think it's at the tangential topic, not topic. But
it's not that tangential. Relevant. It's actually really important, actually, I think, because so the core conceit of ontological pluralism, just to sort of state it simply and then kind of move, because I don't want it to just be between you and me. I do want other people to get something out of this. The core conception is this idea that there is at its base a pluralistic way of being, ontological pluralism, the idea of multiple, many ways of existence. Yes, to a point, I would say, but here's where the thing they're really getting us to try to do in Anti-Oedipus is to sort of step beyond that, because I could also say no. So here's why I would say no. Desire machines only have one way of being. We are emergent from desiring machines, and therefore, at our level, yes, there is an ontological pluralism of many ways that humans can exist, but at the base, it's desiring machines, and that's what they keep driving back to. When we talk about the primitive people, let's talk specifically about incest. Desiring machines, as they are formed, they exist, and they exist socially. Child is born inside of one of these tribes, and he exists, or she exists, it exists, I don't give a shit. It experiences the world through this. All of its desiring machines are being formed socially, connecting where it can socially, and then reforming itself. These desiring machines are kind of connecting directly. And the way that the social order exists falls back on these desiring machines and kind of gives them general shape as well. So you can see how to relate, or what you are, or how you might see yourself, or whatever that kind of being that we're talking about here that is odd. Right, that ontological pluralism that exists in a subject. But desiring machines don't really change their existence. The desire shapes and shifts, and overall we have these large images of it, or after images. But with incest, and it's why incest is such an interesting one, it's not that there is ever incest. There's no reason to think incest ever entered anyone's mind. Someone may have had sex with their mother or father, but mother or father didn't really exist at the time in the way we know it. And if they did have sex, that kind of thing, again, would have been way down the road in terms of other affirming acts the desire would want to undertake. Finding someone from another tribe, finding someone else in the tribe, getting away from, because again, this is the general drive that is being put into this, is the survival socially, is the need for the alliant, is the need for exchange, the need for debt. But you don't have a debt with your mother or father, not in the same way that you have for other people. So the push and pull of a person inside of one of these groups would have been, incest may not have entered into it. It like the idea of incest or any of those things didn't exist in the same way as we would conceptualize it.
Okay, so does that mean that they're not going towards the direction of ontological pluralism? Because I don't know.
I think they're going beyond it. So it's one of those things that, so again, this is going to be one of those, are we talking about the ontological pluralism of being overall, like the at-large everything, or about humans? Now, if we're talking about humans, yes. So if it's humans in an anthropological question, 100% they believe that there is a multitude of being. But underneath that is desire. Desire is what shapes that, and the multitude of interactions of desire is what generates the multiple types of being, or spirit, or human, or subject, whatever the fuck word you want to use. That interaction, yes, but desire is desire.
Okay, yeah, because, I don't disagree that you said, oh, these desire machines, they're not, like, pluralistic. But I think they're kind of pointing implicitly between this area that, oh, there's a space between what people consider as a real human versus all these machines that just keep repeating itself, right? Like, they're kind of pointing towards this direction. But is this direction a placeholder, or is this something that they're trying to bring up as a new thing?
Well, it's
that was kind of,
it's not far from, like, if you want to talk about like the molecules in everything. If we talk about like the molecular reality of every object that exists in the world, there's this really fascinating thing that is like carbon. Like, molecules are what they are. A single, when science is continually trying to find what is that base thing that everything is, because even the slightest change in that very base thing, an extra atom or an extra electron or a negative electron, or how it, like, all these things shift things. So carbon can both end up being like an inanimate carbon rod or aerogel, depending on how it's placed or exists in mass connected to other things. This would be the way that how I understand they're talking about desire. When we have desire existing, desire is like the thing that it is, but in time, in space, as it connects over time, it shifts, and it shifts what it is. And so we call it happy, sad, hungry, Brooks, LJ, fucking JK, whoever, and en masse. In aggregate, I'm not wrong. But to say at the same time then that, well, so Brooks and LJ, obviously, they're both people, exact same experience, because all people are the same. This they would have a huge problem with. But at the base, they would say the same thing, like aerogel and an inanimate carbon rod. At the base, they're made of the same stuff, but their being is completely different.
Okay, I'm gonna let this question rest a little bit. I think it's probably gonna come up again and get a little bit more.
I have no doubt
in the future. Yeah,
I have no doubt. We have a Aleph says, is incest a main concern to the primitive folk because expanding alliance lines to other tribes by exogamous relationships could be seen as more valuable? So I'm gonna flip that back. This is why incest, they would argue, and Grial does a lot of work on this with the Dogon. They refer to the Dogon myth of creation a few times, but generally speaking, we now understand, looking back, that incest is actually not a concern. It's just a thing that didn't happen because, to your other point, exogamous relationships are so fucking valuable that, like, a magnet has two sides. One side is attracting it, but you wouldn't, like, you can say the other side is repelling it too, but you wouldn't go, oh, it must not be allowed to go to the other side. It's like, no, what? Allowed? What does that mean? Like, you wouldn't use the term. So when we talk about, like, incest being a concern to them, it'd be like saying the magnetic pole is a concern to the magnet. It leaves an image of that. We see that, but I'm not sure I would say it is a concern. Right? I don't know if that makes sense, Aleph. I hope that makes sense.
You mean like it's kind of one-sided aspect?
No.
I don't know.
It's forces. It's forces at play. And when we talk about forces at play within desire, to talk about that desire has a concern, it doesn't. Desire has no concerns. Desire's connecting. Desire does its shit. And incest is an idea of an afterimage we have of this type of thing that we really don't want to have happen. So we must, but it's, no. Just stop. The force for exogamous connections is so great that incest just didn't happen. If it did, it was because that force wasn't that strong. Maybe. But generally speaking, that force was. So there was no concern with incest. People didn't walk around and go, well, you've got to make sure you don't fuck your mom or your sisters. That wasn't the thing. The force was so strong because, again, they were captured. Desire was captured immediately. It was dealt immediately. It was handled immediately in this space. And as such, when this is happening, the force is consistently pushing. So we would see, as we take a look, in the same way we would see a magnet. We look at a magnet, we go, oh, look, all the little filings. It must be pulling this way. And it's like, yeah, really? Magnets pull? Magnets push? They don't really do that. The forces line things up as they are. We ascribe, we add that language to it. The same way, and this is more from Logic of Sense, but it's one of my favorite lines of his, that we could just as easily say that, as we say, a scalpel cuts the skin of a patient, we could easily say, oh, that patient is dulling the scalpel with his skin. But we don't. They're the same fucking thing. They're identical. We're talking about the same set of forces, but we're introducing intention and other language around it that changes not just what those forces are, but how we sense them, how the sense we make of them. So when we say a sentence like Aleph's, and it's a perfect example, I'm not beating up on you, I promise. Is incest not the main concern to the primitive folk? It's like, what concern to the primitive folk? That means that they're concerned about it, but they're not. So then that's the question. That's the, how do we consider these things and how do we think of these things without adding that intention to desire? Because desire doesn't have it. It's a force. These are forces at play. That's the thrust of really all of this book. Again, the logic of desire, more or less. And it is a force. Desire is a force. And here's how it gets malformed, falls back on itself, and the force fucks with itself in the same way that, gravity or magnetism fucks with itself at large when you have a bunch of them in a single place.
It's remind me, you mentioned, it's kind of quite fun that you mentioned the logic of sense, one of the most Hegelian books that's coming from DGG, is that in both forms, like these moments, right? These moments that we exhibit, right, are negative relations to substance. Substance, it's, situation, customs, culture, roams, right? And the real spiritual being, as we may say that in them, substance does not yet possess its reality, but rather that the willing and knowing by which this particular individual or ought to be is unreal commandments and knowledge of formal universality. It's remind me of that, right? Remind me of this quote by Hegel, right? And the idea that questioning the set of willing and knowing, right? The idea, like let's say, for example, suppose, like Hegel introduced an example. Suppose that something has been entrusted in me. It is the property of someone else, and I acknowledge this because it is so, and I keep myself unflatteringly in this relationship. If I should keep for myself what is entrusted in me, then according to this principle, I follow in testing law. I test my law of the heart, testing law, which is part of, you know, knowing, right? And which is a tautology, right? So it's the same thing. We repeat the law about incest. We repeat the same thing. We repeat this tautological, like it's with different variations, of course. We repeat it, but it's still the same thing, right? Similar to desire.
Well,
It
and
still have this
logic of
tautological
sense,
aspect.
it's just to step in. So logic of sense is fascinating. So first off, it's not a Deleuze and Guattari book. It's actually the book that brought them together. But when Deleuze wrote it, Guattari was pulling away from Lacan and trying to build his own sort of setup. He had conceived of desiring machines and desire in this way, but he didn't really have a way of sort of bringing all of it together. He was missing vital pieces. Deleuze, at the same time, if you read Logic of Sense, you can see it, hits what I would say is a ceiling on sense, because the ceiling is ultimately the same ceiling that Guattari is battling, which is this idea of tarrying with the negative. You bring up Hegel, and it probably is one of his more negative-centered books, even though he's not really like that. He's trying to make sense, and he actually brings in Oedipus, and he tries to bring in an affirming version that kind of, I think, is a jumble. But Guattari, reading it, came across essentially the Body Without Organs section and a handful of others and went, oh, fuck. And then they chatted, and it spawned what we have here, which is really a bringing together of all of their thoughts. The push here very much, though, is avoiding that negative, is the negative image. And that's, if there is a place where they very, very, very much hit no Hegel, it is a no Hegel. Like for that, because Hegel's, that's his world, is playing with the negative. For Deleuze, it's bypassing it, because all of this is affirming. All of this is based around the idea of desire at the basis as an affirming thing that differentiates and separates and builds and does all of this, not from a place of lack, but instead an affirming continuous process that falls back on itself, that interacts with itself in large numbers, the same way, again, magnets or gravity or any other set of forces does. Desire's not wildly beyond that. And this is why they move into using sort of topographical language around all of it, where we're like, well, why are they talking about territorialization or the stratification? It's like, because they are talking about desire the same way, and they want to be using the same language. I think they do it awkwardly, but I think it works, that you would say for literal power inside of physics or workloads or any other things. You have to talk about it in terms of the space that it's in. And this is what they're doing with desire. And this is the push as they make their way through, as they go, well, how do we get then to what we have now, which is this odd image, but not just an image, writing. There's pieces in this universal history where we look back and we go, how did paintings work? How did the signs work of things? And territorial representation, as they talk about it here, and this goes with the way that such things were inscribed in the person. But the space of territorial representation is where desire, as people do things, the odd connections, the way desire is working, because it's immediately consumed. The immediacy of desire is consummated in that moment, is dealt with immediately. You have a very contingent, constant process of things. So when we have, with territorial representation, symbols showing up, they're not really words, not as we know them. We may have a logo for a sports team. We understand what that means because it's words. We know the words for it. We may have literal words where it's like, I write the letter S, it's the letter S, or whatever it may be. In time, as things go, we get to where we are today. But where did it start? Well, the first graphism, the first scratchings, the first etchings, the first tattoos that are recorded on a person's body, and they use that term very, very specifically. The way meaning was made from them is not how it works for us. We memorize language. We understand the contextuality of letters if we're literate, hopefully, but we're able to literally combine letters into words by looking at them, and those words into sentences, and those sentences into ideas. And I can say them, and all of that comes back to you. You're able to follow or read the page as I read, or hear my words. And there's some kind of magic with that, honestly. We didn't start there. Where we started was these odd, not symbols, graphisms, etchings. Think of pure tattoo, a gourd being tattooed on a woman's thigh, for example. It isn't that gourd meant gourd. It isn't that gourd meant fertility. It isn't that gourd meant Steve's property, or bad bitch, or whatever the fuck, whatever way that symbol. No. Instead, it exists based on all of that milieu of odd social interactions we've been talking about. The way that, like, the village perverts sort of deal with each other, and that things are sort of put into stock or whatever it is the same way. So depending on how I'm seeing it, where I'm seeing it, who's got the tattoo, what time of day it is, what day of the year, like all the stuff, the odd hyper contingency of this graphism, its meaning changes as much as if it was a completely shape-shifting tattoo. For us, its meaning changes per moment, per person, depending on who's seeing it when, and the complex, odd milieu of social strata that exists. This odd graphism is the beginning of what we will come to know as writing in images. But this thing is very, very different because it is not written. It is not set in stone. It isn't this meaning means this. It's contingent. The graphism. That's why they use that term. It's the graphism, not an image, graphism. It's important.
Contingent by what?
By all of the...
Sorry if I'm...
No. Contingent, contingent literally in all of the ways. Who am I going to fuck, and who is indebted to who, and who owes who what, and where am I at, and what group am I talking to, and where am I at that I'm seeing it. All of those things go into, when I see the tattoo, how it makes sense, quite literally produces sense for me, is contingent on all of that. And all of that determines what that tattoo means. But the next hour, as things shift or things change within the tribe or the group, that meaning changes. Not drastically. We're not talking about it means I belong to Steve and I belong to Doug, like an hour later, probably not. But instead it's the complexity of all of the possibilities of what that is contingent in that moment. Graphism is this. It's a completely different way of thinking of signs. The line here, I'm just going to read a little bit. And it's page, I hate this PDF. Page 18S is not a fucking page. I don't, IBS 187. It's going to be 188 and 189, I think. Bottom of 188. Savage formations are oral, are vocal, but not because they lack a graphic system. A dance on the earth, a drawing on the wall, a mark on the body, are a graphic system, a geographism, a geography. These formations are oral precisely because they possess a graphic system that is independent of the voice, a system that is not aligned on the voice and not subordinate to it, but connected to it, coordinated in an organization that is radiating, as it were, and multidimensional. And it must be said that this graphic system is linear writing's contrary. Civilizations cease being oral only through losing the independence and the particular dimensions of the graphic system. By aligning itself on the voice, graphism supplants the voice and induces a fictitious voice. I'm going to stop there. We're going to read the rest of this. Don't worry. The written word and the voice are kind of the same for, I think, everyone alive right now. When I write a word down, when I scribble that down, when I type a word, writing, it just means that. To type words out, whatever it is, it's the same. It's the same language, the same meaning, the same setup, the same function. And it's this odd interplay. We'll get into how it works now. But the prehistoric, the savage systems, they don't have the prehistoric, they're prehistory, pre-written history. They haven't written things down. Why don't they write things down? Well, it's because they don't have that thing. They are naturally oral. Their stories are told as like Gilgamesh, told through centuries, if not millennia, handed down generation to generation by telling stories. It's because they don't have the written system that they are oral. Because once you have the written system that's married to the voice, then it changes that entire interaction. The graphic systems of these groups are independent of the voice. As again, Grial, Godelier, Strauss, this is a very fairly well-known phenomenon. The setup that's here is important to continue because Leroy Gourhan is stunning work in this space. Gourhan admirably described these two heterogeneous poles of the savage inscription process or territorial representation. The couple voice audition and hand graphics. Well, how does this machine work? For it does work. The voice is like a voice of alliance, to which, on the side of the extended filiation, a graphics is coordinated that bears no resemblance. The calabash, it's a gourd, of the excision is placed on the body of the young woman. Furnished by the husband's lineage, this calabash serves as a conductor for the voice of the alliance, but the graphism must be traced by a member of the young woman's clan. The articulation of the two elements takes place on the body itself and constitutes the sign, which is not a resemblance or imitation, nor an effect of a signifier, but rather a position and a production of desire itself. Quote, in order for the young woman's transformation to be fully effective, let me just tell you what he's talking about here. You marry your daughter off to another tribe, it belongs to Steve now. Steve more or less puts the tattoo of his tribe, or that she is his producing woman, more or less. He's like, marks her as that. This becomes the tattoo, marks her as that thing. How does this work? Is this the same as like putting the name of the guy you love on your fucking chest or on your back or on your thigh? It's different. It's different for this reason. The woman's transforming from being in one filiative group to being not just a symbol of alliance, but also part of another filiation. In order for the young woman's transformation to be fully effective, a direct contact must take place between her stomach on the one hand and the calabash, the gourd, it's a sign of virility, and the signs inscribed on her on the other hand. The young woman must become physically saturated with the signs of procreation. She must incorporate them. The young women are never taught the meaning of the ideograms during their initiation. They don't go, this means you're Steve's. We think of it that way. They did not think of it this way. The sign acts through its inscription in the body. The inscription of a mark on the body does not merely possess a message value, but is an instrument of action that acts on the body itself. The signs command the things they signify, and far from being a mere imitator, the artisan of the signs accomplishes a work that calls to mind the divine creation. Tattoos are not the same fucking thing that we get today as this. Their interaction with desire is not the same as this. when we see tattoos, when we see, some girl gets a fucking tattoo of the guy she loves on her thigh, or we go back in time and we see a woman who's married to another tribe creating an alliance and a new affiliative line having that same tattoo. Let's say it's identical fucking on her thigh. They don't work the same. They don't operate the same. We have to consider desire. What are the forces at play here and how do they work? With ours, we see that's Dave's girl. That's it. It's done. But when she was getting it, she probably designed it and said, oh, I want this like this and this setup. But that's not the setup here. When the women are given the tattoo, they're not told, all right, now this marks you as Steve's. You know what this means. No, that's not how it works. Instead, the way that, and Gorhan goes deeply through this, is you have the voice audition wholly separate from hand graphics. The setups are that different and they're disconnected. They don't even influence each other. They're not, oh, I see that symbol. It must mean that blah, blah, blah. That's not even how they talk about it. Wholly fucking different. But that's sorry, go ahead. Go for it.
So the jubilation of desire, right? This is a weird thing. The jubilation of desire is a rather than a substance like Hegel, ethical substance, rather than substance ontology, would, akin to kind of Aristotle or Hegel, is about a relational ontology. This idea of desire, becoming desire, right?
Well, I'm going to pull back. This gets to the point LJ brought up earlier about the pluralism is kind of here, because the existence we have and the existence that is there, the ways of being are not the same. They're just, it's not really, they're comparable only in the way we can talk about desire and how they interact. Very specifically, the phrasing that Gorhan uses, I want to touch on. The way that the gourd works on this woman's body is not the same as, oh, look, I got Steve's name tattooed so that way he sees it and he loves me. Nope, no. That is an enunciation. That is voice audition. That is the voice. The voice speaks out. The tattoo talks to people when they see it. They see it and they see the symbology and it talks to them. This is not that. Her tattoo acts on her. It's carved into her skin, literally recorded into her. And when we talk about the body without organs, this is the body. This is the recording surface of her body recording this. This makes it the thing. It makes her body the thing. And again, they use the example of the woman. This goes for warriors. We see tribal tattoos now on some douchebag at the fucking gym. God, I'm so glad that fad is fucking done. But you see like tribal tattoos on some douchebag. It's his enunciation. He's saying something to you. But that tribal tattoos didn't exist like that. They said something to them. It says
it's like an echo chamber, right?
Think so that implies that there's a bouncing. This is literally the way that let's take another. If I plow a field, I have recorded into that field that it is a field for, let's say, wheat. I plant wheat in it. That field is now a wheat field. I have recorded on its surface a graphism of a field and wheat. I did it with carving into it, and I also did it by planting seeds. Switch carving for scarification and switch seeds for ink. You've literally carved into this woman's skin or this man's skin what that field is now. They are now that field. That field is them. We, as we exist, this doesn't happen to us in the same way because we are existing in a very different place, a whole different thing. We have an unconscious. We have a consciousness. We have pre-conscious. We have this complex, all this. No, not how it was. That's not how it was. Desire was immediately captured and grabbed and taken and is immediately invested socially. So you have this really...
Okay, yeah, I think I think I understand what you mean by there is no bounds, but I don't feel quite comfortable with how directly this is because I feel like, in order for this to work as it is described, whatever signifier there is, something has to hold these like transfers in place. But that can happen.
I mean,
in
the skin does.
I don't know if the skin really is as primitive as people assume it to be, really. Also, just the side note, the tribal tattoo fad has not gone yet. I think it has gone up actually, but yeah, maybe you're in Portland, it's different. But I don't know. Maybe Portland's more woke than in California, but it's not going away.
Fuck.
For example, right? Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Example,
I almost spent another 20 minutes
fair.
complaining about tribal tattoos. Go for it.
Yeah. So this has happened personally to me, I went to my countryside, which called roughly in Arabic the Palace of Good People, because there is a monarch there, right? Anyway, I entered to a guy who kind of read some kind of like a real estate, right? A kind of old real estate, because there's land feud between like countryside people and some inches of land, like they were ambiguous, and the marking of this land in specific, because the village is the size of of Austin, Texas, right? The village, Austin, the size of it's big village basically, right? And the marking, the old people since Mussolini, since like the World War I don't know, 1 or 2, I don't know. They back then the Libyan, my grandfather, right, were planting some kind of a plant, right, to mark, right. The problem is that when they write like their kind of their real estate, to whom they will share the real estate, like they're kind of after their death, they kind of every old elder, when he die, he write his like who will take his share, right? Whether, for example, if you have like 2 daughters, and 2 sons, they got old, who will get his share, right? And the problem is that when we read the real estate, their writings, right, most of it seems to me ambiguous and sometimes incoherent, right? Because they write in Arabic that is kind of like it's kind of a different language, like I remember like reading it, and it kind of stumbled in my sentences, right? It's different language. It's different, like, mode of desire. It's different, right? Let alone it's an like old kind of,
Okay, sorry,
what you
I
call in
really got
English.
like what. Can you summarize that and tell me how does that relate to? Because you said something is not clear, something is ambiguous. How does that relate to the tattoo thing?
I mean, it relates to the two thing, because it's kind of ambiguous as it is, right?
This is not
And some
ambiguous.
word,
So let's pull back, because I think we're getting lost in a couple things here. So the first thing is, let's not talk about how we see tattoos today and have it even as a slight comparison, because we're talking about again, prehistorical primitive tribes, the way that they existed, the way people existed in them, and how they were marked. Because there's a second half to this. But again, the way that the tattoo works on the person that it's inscribed on is quite literally carving into them, marking them, becoming one with their body and the ravages of their body, and the way that it operates. It works one with desire. The sign acts through its inscription in the body. The inscription of a mark on the body does not merely possess a message value here, but is an instrument of action that acts on the body itself. The signs command the things they signify, far from being a mere imitator. This is the reason I think echo chamber or anything like, we're not talking about signs as we would utilize them or as they operate today in modern society or even in pre-modern society. We're talking about long, long ago. But that thing that happens ultimately is, as Leroy Gorhan is talking about here, it's almost the hand of God directly touching into them, because there's a second half with this, and it is the pain and the inscription, the sensation that is being carved into the body, this thing. And if you haven't had a tattoo, by the way, it hurts like hell. And that's in modern societies. There, you can get, a friend of mine had it done. You can get it done in old style ways. There's a place in Singapore that does traditional bamboo style tattoos. Fuck that. Fuck that. The painful, awful, awful. But the thing is that I can choose not to. Getting a tattoo done in one of these horrifyingly painful ways that marks you, it sets into place you. It is teaching you who you are. It is building the you. And again, there is no you, not at this point. Instead, the body and the tattoo have their extracted meaning sort of dealt together. The other half of it is what they call the I, because there is the group of sight to read. What enables the eye to grasp a terrible equivalence between the voice of alliance that inflicts and constrains and the body afflicted by the sign that a hand is carving in it? Isn't it necessary to add a third element of the sign, eye pain, in addition to voice audition and hand graphics? In the rituals of affliction, the patient does not speak, but he receives the spoken word. He does not act, but is passive under the graphic action. He receives the stamp of the sign. And what is his pain, if not a pleasure for the eye that regards it, the collective or divine eye that is not motivated by any idea of revenge, but is alone capable of grasping the subtle relationship between the sign engraved in the body and the voice issuing from a face, between the mark and the mask. Between these two elements of the code, pain is like the surplus value that the eye extracts, taking hold of the effect of active speech on the body, but also of the reaction of the body, insofar as it is acted upon. This is indeed what must be called a debt system or territorial representation. Here's the line: a voice that speaks or intones with subtleties, a sign marked in bare flesh, an eye that extracts enjoyment from pain. These are the three sides of the savage triangle, forming a territory of resonance and retention, a theater of cruelty that implies the triple independence of the articulated voice, the graphic hand, and the appreciative eye. Such is the manner in which territorial representation organizes itself at the surface, still quite close to a desiring machine of eye, hand, voice, a magic triangle. Everything in this system is active, acted upon or reacted to: the action of the voice of alliance, the passion of the body affiliation, the reaction of the eye evaluating the declension of the two. To choose the stone that will make a man of the young Goyaki, a stone knife, a fucking obsidian fucking stone knife, with enough pain and suffering, by cleaving the length of his back, scarifying his fucking back, by the way, carving skin off. It must have a good cutting edge, says Klastros in an admirable text, but not like a sliver of bamboo, which cuts too easily. Choosing the right stone requires a practiced eye. The whole apparatus of this new ceremony is reduced to that: a rock, furrowed skin, scarified earth, one and the same mark. This is the enaction, the carving, the recording on the body that doesn't just take, it's not just the body being carved on, it's the entire situation, the entire set of interaction, the way that this larger machine is working. It is the one doing the ceremony who's got to find the perfect rock to do it that creates enough pain, not too much. You don't want to be a fucking asshole. And you don't want to like overdo it. You also want to make sure that you can make the cuts, but you can't make it too easy on them, because they've got to remember this. This is a rite of passage. This is a ceremonial thing. That there's the body of the person who is aware that they're about to be undergoing this change. If you watch rites of passage globally amongst tribes, there are some extraordinary ones that involve fucking army ants and carpenter ants and fucking wasps and all kinds of really awful shit, as well as in-depth scarification. The guattari do not fuck around. You often can die from this shit. Do not fuck with it. But there's that, and then there is this spoken, the right that is read aloud. Read's the wrong word. Spoken aloud, enunciated, the voice of the person being scarified or tattooed. These things are related, but they aren't the same thing. They don't lay on top of each other the way that they do now. They do now. So this is a very different beast. This is a very different setup. It creates an exchange, almost a debt, an interplay between the eye, the voice, and the body, the graphism. And this three elements changes how people sort of deal with you and deal with each other. And this is just one example that is contingent, that morphs through time and sets up, but not just one. You're talking about an entire society of these various relationships and these various setups that put all of these things in place. And so everyone is kind of visibly, oh, I see, you got that tattoo. I was there, I saw it, that the meaning of that, or the scarification, or seeing it, it's not the written word, it's not a symbol, it's not, it means this. It is the thing acting as much on the person seeing it as it is on the person who received it. And it is as much a part of them in the same very way. This is the base of where desire begins being affected.
So tattoos is part of fetishism. The part of, imaginary commodity fetishism.
It's not far from that. Yeah.
Be careful going there. Don't muddle things.
That's probably fair.
Be careful going there. Don't just throw away whatever comes into your mind.
I'm joking.
It was a joke. It was a joke. But it's a fair comment.
A joke.
It does matter. It's a fair comment, and it's the underlying thing that does matter here is looking back and seeing these things and understanding these elements were disparate. They were not connected or laid on top of each other. They weren't subservient to each other. This will change, and it will change very, very quickly. And it changes specifically. They reference, and we're now making our way to the despotic machine and the Urstadt. It changes because of water. So Wittfogel, Oriental Despotism, stunning book. Wittfogel's fascinating because he was a hardline European Marxist who also hated Marxists. So I can kind of appreciate it. All the Marxists of the time were like, and this was in the mid 40s, 50s, 60s, they were all saying how the USSR was absolutely like the most Marxist place in the world. And he was saying it wasn't, because they basically had their own version of commodities and fetishism. And he got drummed out of Marxist circles. So, I appreciate people like that tend to. But his study basically goes back to the origins of what he calls despotism. This is actually why they use the phrase the despotic machine. This barbarian despotic machine farms around really interesting things. Water, particularly for Wittfogel. At some point, enough people live together that you need fucking to figure out what to do with water. When it's a bunch of people, you got a stream nearby, people will go back and forth, you'll get it. If you got a farm, it's a little bit tougher, but you can have people doing that job. But at some point, you have a critical mass of people and industry and stuff happening that just having people who go grab water in jugs and bring it back ain't enough. Which means you need an aqueduct of some sort, or a river of some sort that is managed. And it needs to be managed in a way that, again, to talk about the stock of things, the symbols of it, the dividing, the getting everyone their own, it needs to be managed, but everyone doesn't really manage that. That's not how it sort of happens. Everyone's got their own jobs. Someone manages the water. And so we have the despot. We have the person who literally is deciding who gets water and who doesn't. We get the bureaucracy that gets introduced as It gets built and then it gets assigned. Well, it needs to be built thinking ahead. Who's going to need the water when? Well, we need to have these outlays, these others. It's a really fascinating book, by the way. We have a copy on the server somewhere. But this very odd thing starts happening where this critical mass of people comes together and the interplay shifts. And it's different than, as they say, a new alliance. This new alliance that's setting up is something different from a treaty or a contract. What is suppressed is not the formal regime of lateral alliances and extended affiliations, but merely their determining character. Whereas once we would have families, we'd find some way to alliances, often marriage. My daughter marrying your kid, your son, off we go. It may be goods, it may be land, like the sharing of resources. There's a lot of ways that it happens. This is the determining character of those things. But no, these things don't go away when we have this odd interaction of water, when we have someone in charge, when we have this strange coming together of things. Instead, we have a new sort of paranoiac. And this is, again, the paranoiac of the bush, as we had before. Now, the great paranoiac of the bureaucracy. They furnish the material of surplus value. And a point of fact, that is what the specific character of Asiatic production, the autochthonous rural communities subsist, continue to produce, inscribe, and consume. In effect, they are the state's sole concern. The wheels of the territorial lineage machine subsist, but they're no longer anything more than the working parts of the state machine. The objects, the organs, the persons, and the groups retain at least a part of their intrinsic coding. But these coded flux of the former regime find themselves overcoded by a transcendent unity that appropriates the surplus value. The old inscription remains. The old tattoos and scarifications and carvings on the ground and whatever it may be, graphisms, all that remains, but is bricked over by the inscription of the state. The blocks subsist, but they've become encased and embedded with bricks, having only controlled mobility. The territorial alliances aren't replaced, but they're allied with a new alliance. Territorial affiliations are not replaced, but are merely affiliated with this direct affiliation. It's an immense right of firstborn over all filiations, an immense right of the wedding night over all alliances. This filiative stock, family, children and all that, becomes the object of the things you create, becomes an object of accumulation in the other affiliation. Well, the alliance debt becomes an infinite relation in the other alliance. The entire primitive system finds itself mobilized and requisitioned by a superior power. And remember those two lines where we found ourselves? Now everything passes through this despot. So true is it, said Nietzsche, that what is called the evolution of a thing is, quote, a succession of more or less profound, more or less mutually independent processes of subduing, plus the resistances they encounter, the attempts at transformation for the purpose of defense and reaction, the results of successful counteractions. This is the formation of the state. No longer now just I'm able to be allied with whoever. It has to be done through the state. It has to be done through contracts. It's the only way that this works anymore, including marriage. All of these odd little cultural moments, the anachronistic things now, these little things become, the problems become bricked up. They become covered up. They're not gone. They're just more controlled. They're limited. And there's the larger unity covers over them. They handle it. That meaning superimposes itself over everything. They talk about it as overcoding. Overcoding has a really great, and it's only in English this is the case, but it's a really great homophone, because if you say overcoding, C-O-D-I-N-G, it also means overcoating, C-O-A-T-I-N-G in this case. They literally talk about the bricoleur, the painting overcoat the pages and write their own. It doesn't mean that the other's not there, and people know it's there, sure, but there's now this other thing on top, overcoated. It works depending, regardless of which word you put in there. It's kind of nice. But this setup puts us in a really odd place, because now the state is the deal. The state operates by means of euphemisms. This is going to be really important. We just talked through graphism, the voice, and the eye. We'll see all this come together. The pseudo-territoriality, this is where the state is, and we have the rural countries, the rural areas that are our farms, they're still part of that state. But wait, how? Well, it's a product of this deterritorialization that substitutes abstract signs for the signs of the earth, makes the earth itself into the object of a state ownership or property, or an ownership held by the state's richest servants and officials. There's no long great change from this point of view when the state no longer does anything more than guarantee the private property of a ruling class that becomes distinct from the state. The abolition of debts, when it takes place, is a means of maintaining the distribution of land and a means of preventing the entry on stage of a new territorial machine, something revolutionary, capable of raising and dealing with the agrarian problem in a comprehensive way. In other cases, where a redistribution occurs, the cycle of credits is maintained in the new form established by the state, money. For without question, money does not begin by serving the needs of commerce, or at least it has no autonomous mercantile model. No one needs money. You don't start there. The state needs money to take taxes, to make sure that everything that happens ends up becoming coded and ends up being accounted for. Again, go back to the territorial machine. All the way back. You go out and you get a bunch of stuff. You go fucking gather berries. You go kill a bunch of deer. You bring it back. It needs to be distributed, stocked, and allocated. This happens. This is people do this. But how many people can that stay sensible for? 100, 200, 1,000, 50,000? Well, that gets fucked up now. Now you've got to figure out distribution maps for all this. Well, how do you do that? Well, how we did it, humans did it, is kind of hash marks. That's where we started. And then it became something more. It became, okay, we need this setup. We need, as it says, we need a way to account for these things. We need a way to contextually code all of this. And it has to be very particularly coded across all of it. Because hay collected in one area is kind of hay in another area. And if it's going to be shipped, if we're having these guys work on marble statues, we're having this town work on this, we need to account for these things. We need accounting. If we're going to be accounting, we need to have a consistent value. We need money. We need taxes. We need these things. When Etienne Balaz asks, what the fuck, that's not the name, why capitalism wasn't born in China, when all the necessary scientific and technical conditions nevertheless seem to be present, the answer lies in the state, which closed the mines as soon as the reserves of metal were judged sufficient, which retained a monopoly or narrow control over commerce. There's a bit of an Orientalist view of China, but it's not terribly wrong. There's a history in both Confucianism and Taoism, which are the sort of resounding sort of larger philosophical and state-based sort of ideas of how a state should operate. They would actually, we have enough metal for the things now, stop mining. They would actually do that. It is a real thing. This is a little bit of an Orientalist view of it, but it's not terribly far off from my understanding of that history. And again, there's people who know a lot more, but Francois Julien does a lot of work with this, talking about the odd way that the state operated in a way that it didn't, okay, well, cool, get all of the gold out of the ground as possible. I want everything. It's like, no, we need these things. We've got that. There's lessons in even famous leaders of the time, various dynasties spoke of such things where you cannot work men like this. There was rules. Really fascinating, different setup. But in the West, they did not give a fuck. It was get everything out of the ground they can. Keep it going. We'll turn it into coin. We can have that coin then become circulating. We can tax that. We can do this. We can keep track of all these things. This setup pushes us in a very different direction. The role of money is a very, very interesting bit. And again, to go back to Capital and Marx, I'm probably going to end up going another hour, at least just letting everyone know. So if you were only expecting 2 hours, this is the 2 hour mark. If you've got other lives to go to, I don't blame you, but I'm not stopping. The shift to money is very important. This is not about, and it's very important to go to Marx with this one. This isn't, oh, look, they've always had money. This tribe had these gigantic, big coins that they would trade. That's not money. There's symbolic trades that happened. Then there is sort of currency money, which is what states created and what they're talking about here. And then there's capital. These are three very different ways of interacting when it comes to exchange and debt. Money is not just having some symbolic thing that can be traded between people. It's not about that. People trade all the time. People can barter with whatever. The role of money in commerce hinges less on commerce itself. It doesn't matter. Commerce itself is not the point. Less than it's controlled by the state. Commerce's relationship with money is synthetic, not analytical. Money is fundamentally inseparable, not from commerce, but from taxes as the maintenance and apparatus of the state. Even where dominant classes set themselves apart from the apparatus, make use of it for the benefit of private property, the despotic tie between money and taxes remains visible. Basing himself on the research of Edouard Will, Michel Foucault shows how, in certain Greek tyrannies, the tax on aristocrats and the distribution of money to the poor are a means of bringing the money back to the rich, a means of remarkably widening the regime of debts, making it even stronger by anticipating and repressing any reterritorialization that might be produced by the economic givens of the agrarian problem. A lot said here. Go read Foucault. Foucault's generally pretty good. Order of Things, my favorite. Some I disagree with. But this thing is a really great, specific sort of thing to look back on. But we can look at it now. We don't even have to. When Joe Biden gave a bunch of Americans a whole bunch of checks over COVID, thousands of dollars in checks, is that money that was given to them, or is that a way of money getting back to the rich? The answer is money getting back to the rich. Anyone who's a good capitalist, and anyone who's a good capitalist understands that poor people spend their money. Rich people have things poor people want to buy. They have commodities, they have businesses that want that cash. So if you want taxed money, which we could spend absolutely on education or a billion other things, but if we want that money to just go back to the rich people, give it to poor people. They'll spend it immediately. It'll go into the rich people's businesses and ultimately to their stockholders. That's just how that works. Just how that works. It's a fascinating thing. In their quote, as if the Greeks had discovered in their own what the Americans rediscovered after the New Deal. Heavy taxes are good for business. It's fucking, yeah. Bad business people were angry at FDR. Really bad business people. Stupid people, greedy pieces of shit across the board. So say, in a word, money, the circulation of money, is the means for rendering the debt infinite. And that is what is concealed in the two acts of the state. The residence, or territoriality of the state, inaugurates the great movement of deterritorialization that subordinates all the primitive filiations to the despotic machine. This is all this land is mine now, but we have a tribe here. You may stay there, but you now work for me. You now live for me. You now are my subjects. You are mine. It's deterritorializing being the great word for this, because it's the removal of it's the destruction of their territories and the reabsorption, the reterritorialization into that larger territory of the state. And it subordinates all the primitive filiations to the despotic machine. Whereas once upon a time, the family line was kind of determinant of a lot of things. Now all of it goes back to the king, whoever the despot, that position. This is the agrarian problem. And the other, the abolition of debts or their accountable transformation initiates the duty of an interminable service to the state that subordinates all primitive alliances to itself. This is the problem of debts. No longer do families have debts to each other or are debts mobile in society. All debt is now owed to the king, the person, thing, symbolic position, whatever that may be. That setup. That is the big shift that the state brings us. And it brings us this because of the critical mass of people mixed with the needs of all of those people and how production sort of operates. And then eventually, we have people in control of a handful of things, and all things need to be done through them, and therefore all debts are owed through them. And then slowly the despotic position opens up and the state becomes a thing. And in order to have everyone's trades be handled by the state comes in and creates monetary circulation, money. And as money circulates, it comes back to the wealthy. They tax. Everything. Everything gets taxed. You have to tithe a certain amount constantly, or bad day for you. And so debt is never ending. It's infinite. You pay forever. There's no ending to it. It's a debt of existence of the subjects themselves. To quote and continue, a time will come when the creditor has not yet lent. Well, the debtor never quits repaying, for repaying is a duty, but lending is an option. In Lewis Carroll's song, great song, a man may surely claim his dues, but when there's money to be lent, a man must be allowed to choose such times as are convenient. The bank, you have to pay back always, and you're always paying back everything. But the borrower gets to choose. The lender gets to choose. And I'm not right now going to loan you the money, but I need it. I need it or I'll lose my house. Yeah, but God, right now is kind of a tough time. But by the way, you do still owe me that other money. Pay back immediately. It's this setup. Because what happened before, and again, it's a hell of a change. Debt wasn't debt in this way. You can think of simple potlatch or some basic things, but we're talking about when in a society, in a clan or a small prehistoric group, you would be indebted in X, Y, or Z way to Steve's group or another group or this group. You wouldn't be indebted in terms of being a slave. You would owe some form of things that may be repaid not by you, but by other people interacting with you and how you interacted. These odd debts, the way that they interplay is complicated. And it's never really owed to a person. That's not really how it operates. Debts are sort of owed by a person to the larger group, and then there's maybe intensities of it in various ways. I tend to recommend, again, Godelier, the Metamorphosis of Kinship, is about this quite literally. Graeber's book on debt, which Rudd mentions, is absolutely fascinating too. This sort of way that it's operated and how it's played. But debt changes from being this odd thing that I have, but also everyone else has. That's the other thing. Everyone else also has debt. To now, we still really have this, but definitely under the despotic system, everyone owes the lenders the money. Now, the lenders don't owe anyone anything. They don't owe them lending, which sounds weird to say out loud, but that would have been the way it was prior, is lenders owe the world lending. That's their job, is to lend. Your job is to, if you have the ability to do the thing, so they will owe you. Your job is to accrue debt. And then other people's jobs is to kind of pay back that debt. This doesn't happen. Now suddenly you have an option to lend. Ugh, gross. Starts fucking up everything. And so this setup, as they say, the territorial machine, it forms a new deterritorialized full body. On the other hand, it maintains old territorialities, integrates them as parts. These are the setups. And the states at this time and the way that they operated are so extraordinarily sort of fucked up and grand that, and Kafka wrote about this, you may have villages in China or India or kind of Europe as well that were so disconnected from the actual empire or the actual position that they were involved with, that they may be obeying the rules of a king or an emperor who had died 20, 30 years before, and new rules were in place. They just hadn't propagated yet. This odd time and shift of time sort of began creating this odd relationship of being disconnected, being separated from things. This odd interplay is kind of a big deal. It's a big deal because when we have that overcoding happening, when we have that king on hand, how we exist and what our orders are is no longer the odd, I in a tribe, I wake up and I remember things that happened over the course of the previous days. I know what I'm supposed to do. I have the sensations carved into me of what effectively my desire will be doing, and desire's thrusting me forward out the door to go hunt, to go do X, Y, and Z, to go do this thing. These systems of what I'm supposed to be doing are kind of innate to the way desire appropriates. The king issues edicts. You will hunt deer. You will grow wheat. You will do this. You will do that. They're not usually quite as simple as that, but that happens. It gets issued from a king. How? Graphism doesn't work for that. The voice doesn't work for that. I can't hear the king. He's down over there. He's like 100 fucking miles away. I'm not going to hear that. Oh, well, instead, we have a couple things developing. How do you, as a king, issue orders? And let's say, because we can just presume it's in good faith, it doesn't even matter. Oh, actually, our people here, we need a lot more marble because we're gonna build pyramids. So I want a bunch of fucking rock, but those guys are the guys who have the rocks, so they need to do that. But they then are dedicated to carving out rocks and dragging them here. They're not gonna have time to farm. So this group, you guys are gonna farm, and we're gonna take your goods and give them to them. And oh, but that means you're not going to have X, Y, and Z. Well, we need you. I and the bureaucracy of the state begin issuing edicts of what's needed by groups. How I issue those is through my voice written. And this is the major change that happens during this time. This is the major shift. They link it directly to incest as being something that is very particular. We'll get into that. But the written word, the inscription, we're going to skip to inscription. When we have words written, I'm king, and I grab Jimbo, and I go, hey, Jimbo, here are my edicts. And I grab Estelle, and I grab Wig. And you're going to go to the north side, you're going to go to the east, you're going to go to the west side of the kingdom. And you're going to issue my edicts for me. As you go, you have my written word, the written language of things, but it's my voice. And so when you issue those edicts, we've done this fucked up thing where we've combined the written word and the spoken word. Not just combined, we've made one slave to the other. And its enslavement actually happens in a really fascinating way. The inscription, for example, and this is the sort of big deal as the laws become what they are. There's a lot more happening than just, a word means a thing. Because, again, how do we get to the point where there's the sign, the scribble of the letter A, or the word for water, and a sign that says this is water? That's not just a single step. It's the odd interaction of, we have a symbol for water. We may not think twice about it. And we put up a sign. This is water. Someone who doesn't speak our language, what does that mean? And I say, that's water. Now that is water. I don't say that's the symbol for water. That thing becomes, it's the thing itself. There's this odd interplay where the word becomes the thing, the symbols, things start moving into this odd new form and setup. Because if you don't do what King says, you'll be killed. That's understood, right? I think you guys all get that. You'll be killed. So you've got to do it, which means you've got to figure out what a word means. What does that sentence mean? When Americas were first sort of being conquered, when the Spanish came to this country, they read a proclamation from the King of Spain in Spanish and written in Spanish that they had no hope of understanding at all. And it was essentially, as I have it. It's inscribed on my brain. So Corporate Avenger, wonderful band, has this entire song about it, where they literally read it. We ask and require you to acknowledge the church as the ruler and superior of the whole world, and the high king called Pope. And in his name, the King of Spain is Lord of this land. If you do not submit, we will. If you submit, we will welcome you in all brotherhood and warm and welcome charity. If you do not submit, we shall powerfully enter into your country. We shall make war against you. We shall make slaves of you, and we shall kill you, your wives, and your children. This proclamation is like nuts that we fucking said this, that this was said by people to other people. But again, they needed to understand it. Everything happened this way during this time. The king's word was the effective word of God, but it was written and it was walked around by people like Jimbo and Estelle and others. They would wander and go, here's what the king's saying. They would be my wandering perverts, as they call them in here. And the priests, these groups would go, this is what the king is saying. And then the people would go, but what does that mean? And then the words would be interpreted and taught. This unity of what these words mean now to everyone, by me distributing my people with those words to all of the places of the land, threatening under death that they learn what those words mean and how they work and what to do with them. And that setup means that whatever odd language they may have had, that was this graphism and spoken word, didn't matter anymore. These guys from over there, they've got this other language, and if we don't learn it, we're going to die. We're going to be killed.
So it's like when I read Lacan and Jean Hippolyte corresponding, right, in the seminar one, Jean Hippolyte said, like, it's a politics about the word, right? The politics, if you remember seminar one, when he mentioned addressing the politics of the word, right? And how, like, the politics of the word is, like, kind of influencing, like, desire, right?
Well, and if you have a background at all in Lacan, the shorthand for the despotic is that, for all of Anti-Oedipus, and I mean this, is, hey, Lacan was actually totally right, except that he didn't understand that capitalism changed what he thought. So what Lacan's entire oeuvre is basically built around the idea of the master signifier, the signifying chain, how it operates, how these things work, how language works, etc. This is the means of the despotic. Their claim, and I tend to agree with it, is Guattari's critique, is that Lacan basically is pulling together all the stuff that is the leftover anachronistic thing from the despotic era that capitalism has kept, but that capitalism has other machinery that's working on that stuff. So in the despotic, we have the master signifier. We have these things that are, like, basically determine the language. The master signifier, what is the thing at the core of it that sort of generates and conditions all the meaning of everything else in the symbolic chain. That master signifier, the king, the despotic, this thing conditions all of those words and symbols and everything else underneath it. This setup is what's happening with the despotic. This is, they say this actually fairly plainly. They talk about Lacan pretty positively throughout this section, because that's really what he did. He nailed it. He's like, this is how it works. And so they start building, like, but there's a couple things he missed, because what he missed is that this isn't like the way of humanity. This is because of the material conditions and the interactions through the historical reality of desire and how it's operated through time created this interaction. Because guy who has water, we'll just go back to Wittfogel, first despot in the Urstadt, which is like the first state, he controls the water, and he starts saying, well, look, if you need water, you need to do these things. And everyone needs water, so everyone needs to do those things. Did he mean to start at the position by saying, I'll fucking kill you? It doesn't have to be that way. But that system of implications, that system of finding meaning from one person over everyone else. Hey, Steve, the guy who's in charge of the water, says that we get 2 liters. The fuck's a liter? It's about this much. He says we get this much a day. Okay, well, we need to adjust all of our shit and all of our life because we get this much a day. Because Steve said so. His saying so changes everything downstream. And then as that goes, so it falls back on. So it falls back on in time, and the political and social and the material conditions of reality build it into something bigger and bigger and bigger as it becomes hardened and reified in this setup. And it's a really fascinating setup. The line here at the bottom of 212, punishment and the setup becomes the law. To say here, the law does not begin by being what it will become or seek to become later. A guarantee against despotism, an immanent principle that unites the parts into a whole, that makes of this whole the object of a general knowledge and will whose sanctions are merely derivative of a judgment and an application directed at rebellious parts. The imperial barbarian law possesses instead two features that are in opposition to those just mentioned, the two features Kafka so forcefully developed. First, the paranoiac schizoid trait of the law, metonymy, according to which the law governs non-totalizable and non-totalized parts, partitioning them off, organizing them as bricks, measuring their distance, forbidding their communication, henceforth acting in the name of a formidable but formal and empty unity, immanent, E-M-I-N-E-N-T, not imminent to you, eminent, overpowering, distributive, not collective. And second, the maniacal depressive trait, metaphor, according to which the law reveals nothing and has no knowable object, the verdict having no existence prior to the penalty, and the statement of the law having no existence prior to the verdict. These two are like super, super important things to be talking about. The metonymy and metaphor are like, we'll just say Deleuze isn't a big fan of either one because of sort of how they function. Metonymy at its base, generalized working of interpretation as a setup. The way words can be swapping of words for other words that generally mean the same thing. Okay, so
like Arabic, basically. Like Arabic.
More in line with, you shall not hunt deer in the king's forest. Does that mean that you can hunt does? Or does that mean you can hunt bucks? Does that mean you can hunt raccoons? No, because the way law, and this extends today still in a lot of ways. I'll give examples in a minute, but because there's a fungibility in what a thing means, metonymy allows the law to govern whatever it needs to be governing. That's how they phrase it here. They say it more complicatedly, but the law governs non-totalizable and non-totalized parts. When the law is written in this form, it doesn't just mean that thing. A lot of people make that fucking huge mistake that, oh, it means that thing, but that's not the setup. It has to be written incredibly specifically for that to be the case. For the most part, law allows things to be metonymous, to be substituted, to be swapped, because there is the spirit of the law at the basis. So, for example, the Supreme Court this last week is having a decision, and this is in America, is deciding whether or not children, states can have laws barring children from getting medical treatment that is not in line with their gender. So obviously, this is the fucking time we live in, right? What makes it really fascinating is the argument that is being made, the argument that's being made by the people who want to allow trans rights is actually not about allowing trans rights. It's specifically saying that actually what you're doing is you're actually discriminating against people based on their sex they're born with, which is fucking weird. But you have to think about it, again, because the law is metonymous. It allows this sort of swapping. When we say that you shall not, and we have laws literally in the books, like major fucking laws across the country that say that you shall not discriminate based on someone's sex, their primary characteristics. But if you say, well, look, your primary sex is this, you're not allowed to do things that are contrary to that, you're actually starting the law on the basis of sex. It's a hell of an argument, and it's a really, really amazing one. That thing that's happening there, these words, these elements become metonymous because the law governs things overall from simple statements that it governs the things that are non-totalizable parts, partitioning things off, organizing them as bricks, measuring distance, forbidding communication, acting in the name of a formidable but formal and empty unity that is not collective. That is what the law does. It's able to have things be swapped in and out. Pornography is a great one of these. The famous Supreme Court ruling that said, they do not define porn. They do not define porn in the ruling. They actually have the line, I don't know what porn is, but I know it when I see it. That's the definition of metonymy. That's the definition of metonymy, like as a thing. And the law has to be written like this. This is the way it works. So it's not, again, it's not that things are fungible as like it can mean anything. It's that the law is written in a way that allows them to be substituted for other things, the metonymous nature of the words. But that's the first part. The second part is, because that's the paranoid schizoid trait. Paranoid schizoid. Metonymous means you can swap in words for other things that sort of mean the same thing, even though it wholly changes the sense of a thing. Paranoid schizoid trait of the law. The second is the maniacal depressive, metaphorical, according to which the law reveals nothing and has no knowable object. It's always a metaphor. The law is never talking about that thing in that way. It's not talking about a very particular, specific lived experience. It can't do that. I don't even know how you'd write about that. But it can write symbolically almost, metaphorically as a thing. And this is why they use Kafka's The Penal Colony. If you haven't read it, you do. The machine of the penal colony, it is the penalty that writes both the verdict and the rule that has been broken. It's a fantastic sort of, again, Kafka, fucking brilliant. But, here is why what you did is illegal, because this is illegal. And it's like, but wait, what are you talking about? That wasn't, but no, I've written the law and the punishment at the same time. This happens more often than you'd like to think. We have 3 strikes laws, for example, that started getting applied to people who shoplifted for the 3rd time. So they'd steal a bottle of aspirin, and then they'd get 20 years. Because the judge decided the wording of heinous repetition of crimes in the 3 strikes law applied to shoplifting. That's what judges do. That's in the penal colony. That's the setup we're talking about. That's the thing. So we have this odd bit, and this is why overcoding is, as they say, the essence of law, the origin of the new sufferings. Punishment is no longer a festive occasion from which the eye extracts surplus value. Remember the old, everyone watching the carving of the body or the punishment, the eye extracting. No. Punishment becomes vengeance. Vengeance of voice, hand, and eye now joined together on the despot. The vengeance of a new alliance whose public character does not spoil the secret. Quote, I will bring down upon you the avenging sword of the vengeance of alliance. That's why we have the state versus Stephen Sugar. That's why we have the state versus blah, blah, blah. The global everyone, everything, vengeance is justice. For once again, before it becomes a feigned guarantee against despotism, the law is the invention of the despot himself. It is the juridical form assumed by the infinite debt. The jurist will be seen in the despot's procession up to the time of the late Roman emperors, and the juridical form will accompany the imperial formation, the legislator alongside the monster, Gaius and Commodus, Papinian and Caracalla, Ulpian and Heliogabalus, the delirium of the 12 Caesars and the golden age of Roman law, taking the debtor's side against the creditor when necessary, so as to consolidate the infinite debt. This setup, this change shifts a lot of things in terms of how we exist, how desire is motivated, how desire is moved. Now there are threats, survival threats, almost everywhere, and there's survival threats in words. Edicts that it's actually living under a horrific monarchy is not a thing I'm fortunately able to personally imagine. I can think I can imagine it, but probably not. But when you're at the whims...
I know my friend...
No, go.
Sorry. But I know my friends who live in Saudi Arabia, who live in a despotic monarchy. And One of them is from Huitat tribe, actually. He was his whole tribe who have been living since the like his tribe is between Jordan, between the border of Saudi Arabia and Jordan. They have the Huitat tribe is a big tribe, right?
Hmm.
And the King Mohammed bin Salman, he want to build his project, so he kind of kicked out all the tribe in Saudi Arabia, right?
Hmm.
Where the tribe is, and he built his project. You remember the line that he
Oh,
went to
I've
build?
been following Saudi Arabia's mega projects for some time, and it is
Yeah, the line is
fascinating.
actually under the, yeah, yeah, it's fascinating. But this is what like Deleuze talking about, right? Like I don't know what, but this is the despotic as we see it. Saudi
This
Arabia,
is
the
not far
monarch.
off. There's layers to it. Again, the shift would be that I think even your friends and people who live under it today understand that actually their king, well, he does hold their life in their hand or whatever. It's not quite that simple. Even in Israel and Palestine, uh, where ostensibly Israel would just love to wipe Palestine off the map, there are other larger things at play. What we're talking about here is different in the sense that the king is the Godhead. It is the end all be all. So in existence 500, 600 years ago, where the king was it. Everything was done through the king and everything was done by the king. He is our father, long live the king, whatever it may be, is different than a desperate despot today who has to basically obey the rules of global capital. And that's really what's fascinating with the despots of today watching for me is you see someone like Mohammed bin Salman, and MBS is trying to make forward movements or whatever the fuck he's doing. But all of his actions are done trying to attract capital and trying to make sustainable capital work for his country. And it's completely fucking wild to think of that because he is bending the knee to capital. So that's the difference, and everyone knows this. Even his subjects knows. I've been through there. I spent too much fucking time in the UAE and Qatar and a handful of other countries, and I'm always I think I shouldn't have been. It's American I am. I was very surprised how blunt people were in all these places about how much of shitheads their leaders are and how little they respect them, but how they do understand that they have power. There's a very interesting interaction there that I think is akin to. I mean, in a lot of countries, but different than the despots of old, who literally could just on a whim wipe out a country, wipe out a city, have someone killed because he spoke wrong. Even MBS had to hide that he fucking cut up that journalist and put him into a well. Like he had to hide it. He hasn't come out and said it. These things are slightly different. Israel has to pretend that they're ostensibly going after Hamas. They can't just say, no, we're killing enemies of our country. Even if some of them do, they can't overall say this. There's a shift that now is different. And that's why, again, when we talk about the ontological plurality of being for humanity, desire at the base, to go back to it, the first socius desire interacts with the world pretty much immediately and is consumed almost immediately. You are carved in, your lives are short and fairly brutal, and you have very particular jobs that you deal with socially immediately. When the king on high issues orders, everyone gets to work and everyone has to figure stuff out and they've got to talk through it and they've got to plan and they've got to go, what does he mean by this? And it can mean anything but the law ostensibly exists to sort of be this. Well, the king will not kill any of his own countrymen, and that's why he declares you not a countryman. The same way Obama killed an American by declaring him a terrorist and saying that gave him an exception. These laws allow a level of disconnection from that imminent, direct brutality. But the despots of old did have this sort of godhead to them that as capital becomes introduced, as these things, we'll get to there in just a minute, but as this overcoding breaks down, and that's what we've got now is this overcoding. What the king says goes across the board, not because he has the force to back it up, but because all is through the king. That's the difference. The Kurds and how they dealt with Syria, for example, or the Kurds and how they've dealt with anyone. They are rebellious. They're anti whatever the authoritarian is. They are also their own sort of odd thing. I'm not saying I tend to back the Kurds, but they're also really fascinating. But they are aware that they are playing in a global stage. They are not rebelling against the Godhead king. They're not trying to usurp his position. They understand that they exist in a large contingent state-run capitalist organization globally. So it's just different enough that the type of desire and how desire is organized is different. And that's the thing they're trying to get across, is that within the despotic, this metonymous and metaphorical set of laws that are introduced, along with how all these other things are overcoded, means that the local coding is overwritten, and then suddenly we have this odd disconnection. This odd disconnection is the big thing that they want to sort of point out, because now we have rules and laws. And it's the first time that incest as like a thing is made visible, because you have to think about the social positions that incest is about. It's about symbolic people. We have moms and dads. I can say that because everyone in their head can replace the word mom and dad symbolically, metonymously, with their own lived parent. For me, Randy and Judy. This symbol of this thing is metonymous. This is kind of the position a king held. A king, who's everyone's father or everyone's mother, depending, has a lived person there. So does the princess. So does the prince. These are symbols, but they're lived positions. There's this combination of things that are happening. This is a first. The chief wasn't a thing. Chief wasn't a thing, not in the way that we use the term chief and it's symbolic of a position, but like they would have a guy who was doing that job. They would have moms, like they have a person who gave birth to you. They have people who took care of you, but they're not symbolically held positions. They're more activities that people do across the board. But a king's a position and it's symbolic. This puts us in a really weird place where we have symbolic responses to lived creatures, to lived things. The actual experience of the king is some fucking fat dude or a handsome guy or sexy woman or fat woman. Who gives? It's like some piece of shit fucking king or queen. Who cares? Our actual relationship outside of everything is just like dude to dude or person to person. But symbolically, now there's more. Now they have a position. And this introduces something really weird for us. We have a reverence for a position, a reaction to a position. And that position is something that becomes visible to us in a new way. Because again, it's not the person. It's not a person I owe the debt to. I owe the debt to the king. If the king dies and another king takes his place, it's not like my debt dies with him, as it would in old of modular debts that are mobile. If a family was wiped out, it's like, oh shit, fucking that sucks. Their debts, the debts people had to them would go with them. It would become complicated. But if a king dies, I owe the king, not that king. I owe the king, the symbolic spot. This interaction, this fear space, this way that the king on high sets this up, creates a symbolic relationship that becomes mother, father, sister, brother. This is the first time we have this weird interaction of the symbolic and the lived. Because I have a mom. I have a dad. I do. You do too. I have a Randy and a Judy. You don't maybe have a Randy and Judy. That makes no sense. So when I say relationally, and I'm talking about things symbolically, I'm talking about things that are metonymous and metaphorical. I'm talking about a king, a queen. And now we have a symbolic position that someone has, that we have forbidden rules about, and rules that are made explicit for the first time. Because this odd symbolic position, he can totally do incest. Like he does a lot, actually. The kings and queens, this was a thing they did all the time. And the symbolic position was incestuous. Like they literally would, it was weird. But they'd be the mom and dad, but also my sister and brother, and my relations to them symbolically, not as people, symbolically, means that incest is like allowed explicitly, but that means I'm not, wait, what? And this is where we start seeing the negative image of incest. I'm not allowed. What? This becomes more clear, more seen by this symbolic relationship. And now we have kind of all the pieces we need for Oedipus. We have symbolic relationships that are lived relationships, but now they're symbolic as well. And that symbolic relationship with prohibitions, with rules that are not really lived either. They're not about debt-based relationships or the imminent reality of life. It's not the same as touching a stove or fucking up and digging up a neighbor. It's, oh, Steve, sorry, I killed your pig. I thought it was a wild pig. Fuck, you owe me. Oh, fuck, I do. Sorry. But everyone's eating, so I killed something. Like, there's complexity there. Now there are rules. You killed Steve's pig. You owe him exactly the value of a pig. But wait, I don't have that money. That's okay. We'll let you pay it off in installments. The exchange becomes symbolic. This change is how we move to capital. And it's what we start seeing as we have this really odd, again, Oedipus, as they talk about the Oedipus's fathers and Oedipus and everything. This shift has one last sort of step, because now we've got taxes being taken and money symbolically existing. It's not really anything quite yet. Labor isn't anything quite yet. And under kings, they still had labor, but labor wasn't like, it wasn't a thing that was abstracted. We probably can go back and value it that way, but they certainly didn't. They just had things being made. A lot of it was like doing stuff locally, and then they had rules the king needed and edicts. But at some point, there was this odd play that happened. And it's at the base of the same thing we were talking about before. The fear of what the socius has is the decoded flux. The decoded flux is basically the anxiety that the socius imparts with us. When we enter a social space, and as we live in a world of anxiety now, but I don't think this would be wildly different than in tribes or anything. How do we know they're coded like we are, that they're willing to work with us the way that we need to be worked with, that they're willing to do the stuff that will help us survive? That's the first primary question. Not even really a question that they ask. They just fucking realize yes or no, fight, don't fight, work together, whatever. With kings and everything, they get to choose. They're set up. But the anxiety behind all this is, imagine desire that wasn't coded. Imagine desire that isn't captured. We don't know what to do with that. We don't know what would happen with that. That's terror. That's really terrifying. And the kings are especially worried of this. The quelling of riots, the fighting of rebellion, the destruction of art that constantly happened over and over and over. This fear of not rebelling against a king. That was some level of fear that was maybe personally lived, but the rebellion against kings is the terror. The oranges. It sounds silly every time I fucking say it. The family in Europe. Hey, look, we actually are overthrowing the shitty family who's been ruling us, and we're going to have a group that's going to like be a parliament. It's going to be great. And the people actually fucking brutally murdered all of them and reinstalled a king because it just feels better. It's just like, we'd rather not, thanks. And that setup is because, again, well, we can't have predictability. We don't know what, at least I know what'll be happening socially. Can you imagine this decoded flux? But this is where everything begins to fall apart, because the despotic can only hold on so long as this flux grows and changes, as overcoding becomes more and more complicated, as that symbolic order becomes more and more complex, and money shifts a little bit. Instead of just being money that you tax and, rich people have and all that stuff. Well, what if rich people begin holding on to that money and then they use it to buy other people to do work for them that produces more money? They pay them less, and suddenly profit is a thing. This excess is fucked up for them because it's not accounted for. It's not taken of the same thing. These things broken. It's very different. And so we have the civilized capitalist machine basically haunting. They said the phrase earlier, capital haunts always, because it is that. They give a handful of examples of this great movement of deterritorialization appears with the overcoding performed by the despotic state. This is the first, but it is nothing compared to the other great movement, the one that will be brought about by the decoding of flux. Now, the action of decoded flux is not enough, however, to cause the new break to traverse and transform the socius. Not enough, that is, to induce the birth of capitalism. Decoded flux strike the despotic state with latency. They submerge the tyrant. Remember latency, the amount of time that exists between I give an order and order's done. The latency between edict and action, the production, the latency in production. This is the problem. It strikes with latency. They submerge the tyrant, but they also cause him to return in unexpected forms. They democratize him, oligarchize him, segmentalize him, monarchize him, and always internalize and spiritualize him. Well, on the horizon, there is the latent Erstat, for the loss of which there is no consolation. It is now up to the state to recode as best it can, by means of regular and exceptional operations, the product of the decoded flux. Now, before I get to these examples, think of it as this. Just as there was no moment where all the primitive tribes were gone and now we're in the despotic time, there is no despotic to capitalist time. There's not like, oh, it happened in this century even. There's pieces, parts. This was generative over time, emergent over time through interactions of all of these things. So we can talk about all the parts as they started showing up in the earliest of the despotic. They're going to bring up Rome here, all the way to the latest in kind of pre-American civilization. These things, time, the latency, and the decoded flux, poking its head up and everyone going, oh, fuck, and trying to slam it down. Whack-a-mole with decoded flux, more or less. Take an example of Rome. The decoding of the landed flux, des flux fonciers, through the privatization of property. The decoding of the landed flux. Property was public-ish. People kind of moved around. At some point, it became private. It needed to. The decoding of land, what it was being used for, was privatized. Privatized in the sense that they're using it means made yours, your control. It's not public. Public doesn't determine that. You determine that. There's things there. You determine that through the same social machines, but it's the privatization of it. The decoding of monetary flux through the formation of great fortunes. The decoding of commercial flux through the development of commodity production. The decoding of producers through expropriation and proletarization. All the preconditions are present. Everything is given without producing capitalism, properly speaking, or rather a regime based on slavery. That's what was actually made. Actually, slavery was made. The example of feudalism. And yes, we've been through this. Feudalism has been debunked. I don't think that's necessarily the point here. But there again, private property, commodity production, monetary afflux, the extension of the market, the development of towns, and the appearance of manorial ground rent in money form, or the contractual hiring of labor, do not by any means produce a capitalist economy, but rather a reinforcing of feudal offices and relations, at times a return to more primitive stages of feudalism, occasionally even the reestablishment of a kind of slavery. This is a big...
Exactly.
Yes, the big piece. Go for it.
This line, mind you. Repeat this line, mind you. Repeat this line, because, this last line, because it's very important. It's very important.
None of these by any means produce a capitalist economy, but rather a reinforcing of feudal offices and relations, at times a return to more primitive stages of feudalism, and occasionally even the reestablishment of a kind of slavery. The systems that we, again, just as we talked about earlier with Oedipus and incest, we see the negative image looking back, and we go, oh, they must have had this. We go, oh, capitalism, that's exchanging money. No, stop that. Stop that. It makes capitalism meaningless when you say it's about money. It's about the accumulation of wealth. No, they've always had these things and these parts. All of these parts exist. It's not capitalism yet. We're not quite there. And as they say, it is well known the monopolistic action favoring guilds and companies promotes not a rise of capitalist production, but the insertion of a bourgeoisie into a town and state feudalism that consists in devising codes for flux that are decoded as such, and in keeping the merchants, according to Marx's formula, quote, in the very pores of the old full body of the social machine. Hence, capitalism does not lead to the dissolution of feudalism, but rather the contrary. And that is why so much time was required between the two. There's a great difference in respect between the despotic age and the capitalist age. For the founders of the state come like lightning. The despotic machine is synchronic with the capitalist machine's time is diachronic. The capitalist appears in succession in a series that institutes a kind of creativity of history, a strange menagerie, the schizoid time of the new creative break. Capital is...
What's menagerie? What's menagerie?
A menagerie is a multitude of things brought together. Quite literally like a stage. Let me give the literal French, because this is a French term. I want to make sure I want to get it right.
It comes from ménage, which means like a
zoo,
an habitation. Well, like when we talk about it's a modern reframing of the term, but when you talk about homes, we talk about ménage, which includes families and things. And menagerie has the connotation of like disorder, like having lots of things, that come around and not without very much sense.
It's it kind of so because we went through this last time, it's finally coming back to me. The phrasing here that's important is it isn't far from zoos, but not zoos like we know them today. The strange menageries, again, we've got to talk about Versailles. Like, the menagerie is a very different beast of a thing than a zoo. I probably shouldn't simplify it that much. But what we're talking about is this creativity of history, the slicing up of things, the placing of things into positions. A menagerie very often had, like a zoo, is animals in cages, animals in areas, divided up in various ways, and then they had overarching stories of the entire thing. The strange menagerie of history is kind of what he's referring to here. That capital is specifically not about even the way that you accumulate wealth or any of these parts, but the thing that he's talking about is this decoding of flux that capital is doing, which creates this strange menagerie, the pulling together of very different elements that seem to be able to be bricoleur placed into wherever they need to be. So like, because a menagerie, as what Estelle's saying, is when we talk about zoo, it's a lot of animals that don't belong together. Like, that's what a zoo actually like is at a basic level. A zoo is a bunch of shit that does not belong together. You usually don't in the wild have all those animals in a tiny area. That's kind of this menagerie is why the term is used that way and why it became in use that way, I think. So like when we say menage or things like that in French, they tend to mean, like Estelle was saying, that setup. Correct me if I'm wrong, Estelle, by the way.
Well, yeah, that's about menagerie. Menage actually mostly means a home, familial home, which is a bit strange a relationship with those two terms, I would say.
If you have a comment, go ahead.
Menage. Huh?
No, as I think I was waiting for a response, not from you.
So you have menage, which is like a home. Menagerie is a whole
So what page you were reading
mess.
We're at 222 in the English, and I am currently trying to find the...
Okay, I was...
One sec, just be a second.
About...
It's my least favorite thing about the French version is like the sections have no names. So you just kind of like jump around until you find the right thing. Let's see. Yeah, so strange menagerie is actually the the French. So it's literally translated. That one's literally translated. Thank God. Yeah, it's a creative history. Interesting. But anyway, I'm just going to read the next little bit because I think it flows really nice. The disillusions are defined by a simple decoding of flux. They are always compensated by residual forces or transformations of the state. Death is felt rising from within, and desire itself becomes the death instinct, latency, but it also passes over into these flux that carry the seeds of a new life. Decoded flux, but who will give a name to this new desire? Flux of property that is sold, flux of money that circulates, flux of production that means production, making ready in the shadows, flux of workers becoming deterritorialized. The encounter of all these flux will be necessary, their conjunction and their reaction on one another, and the contingent nature of this encounter, this conjunction and this reaction, which occur one time, in order for capitalism to be born, for the old system to die this time from without, at the same time as the new life begins and desire receives its name. The only universal history is the history of contingency. Let us return to this eminently contingent question that modern historians have to ask. Why Europe? Why not China? Apropos of ocean navigation, Ferdinand Braudel asks, why not Chinese, Japanese, or even Muslim ships? Why not Sinbad the sailor? Is it not the technique, the technical machine that is lacking? Isn't it rather the desire remains caught in the nets of the despotic state, entirely invested in the despot's machine? Perhaps then the merit of the West, confined as it was on its narrow Cape of Asia, was to have needed the world, to have needed to venture outside its own front door. The schizophrenic voyage is the only kind there is. Later, this will be the American meaning of frontiers, something to go beyond, limits to cross, flux to set in motion, non-coded spaces to enter. Okay. What makes capitalism, is not any of these parts. Not really. It's all of the flux, the rates of change of each one of these, and the realization of that rates of change being concretized, and all of those things coming together. This is what capitalism is. Capitalism is the flux of money as it circulates, the rate of change of money as it circulates, the flux of production and means of production, making ready, the flux of workers, the encounter of all of these, and their fluxes and the conjunction of them and the reaction on one another. This is the change to capitalism. This is the setup. Why Europe, they ask. And I think it's the point that they're kind of driving. Why not India? Why was it Europe that capitalism, as they're talking about, was born? And I think there's a lot of Eurocentrism to be considered there, but it's not wildly far off to talk about the contingent histories of a few of these places. Why not China? Braudel, who, if you haven't read Ferdinand Braudel, I really suggest you do. It's phenomenal. But it's this weird thing in the West, the Cape of Asia, which I fucking love that he calls Europe. I love that he calls Europe that, is probably the best way to consider it. It is not a resource-rich place. It isn't, in comparison to China or Africa or India, not even close. Just doesn't have it. Europe has a need for the world. It just does. Especially the level of people, the way it operates. If you could imagine any of those countries, like Denmark or Norway, would not be nearly as well off as they would be if we eliminated imports, or fuck exports, whatever. Just wouldn't happen in the same way. Resources are different on the Cape of Asia. This interaction created a deep necessity at all of these things to be built in a very particular way. China had less of a need. They could, as I talked about, they would shut down mines instead of finishing them up, instead of doing what we do. They've changed that lately. They've joined the American capitalist machine, but back in the day, different beast. Japan, same thing. There was a setup. The Muslim nations throughout the Arabian Peninsula, so fucking totally different beast. Persia, completely different. The way that these existences were, they didn't have the need in the same way. This need and this setup coupled with the sort of shifting seas of change as it went, is kind of their point. As they say, decoded desires and desires for decoding have always existed. History is full of them. But we've just seen that only through their encounter in a place, their conjunction in a space that takes time, latency, do decoded flux constitute a desire that, instead of just dreaming, actually produces a desiring machine that is at the same time social and technical. This is the birth of really the shit that matters for this entire book. Up to this point, we've talked about sort of the emergent formations of the tribe, of the positive and negative debts and the mobile debts. We've talked about the emergence of the despot with the odd symbolic position. But now, with all this symbolic positions, all these things put in place, all of these fluxes, now with capital decoding them, labor turned into flux, money turned into flux, industrial production turned into flux and change. These things themselves are being decoded. When you have all of them decoded and they conjunct, we get a desire. We actually get desiring machines produced socially. Instead of dreaming or lacking, it actually produces a desiring machine, and its break are defined not solely by decoded flows, but by the generalized decoding of flows. A new massive deterritorialization, the conjunction of deterritorialized flux. It is the singular nature of this conjunction, the flux conjuncting, that we can say that the savage territorial machine operated on the basis of connections of production. The barbarian despotic machine based on disjunctions of inscription derived from the immanent unity. But the capitalist machine, the civilized machine, will first establish itself on the conjunction. When this occurs, the conjunction no longer merely designates remnants that have escaped coding, or consummations, consumptions, as in primitive feats or maximum consumptions of extravagance of the despots and his agents. When the conjunction moves to the fore in the social machine, it seems on the contrary that it ceases to be tied to enjoyment or to the excess consumption of class, that it makes luxury itself a means of investment and reduces all the decoding flux to production, in a production for production's sake, that rediscovers the primitive connections of labor on condition, on sole condition, they be linked to capital and to the new deterritorialized full body, the true consumer from whence they seem to emanate, as the pact with the devil that Marx describes, the industrial eunuch. So it's your fault. This is excessive Marxism. This is like the most extreme version of Marxism. It's kind of crazy.
But
yes.
Brooks,
yes,
I will push. I will push against deleuze. I don't know. Not against.
No, feel free.
I like deleuze, but like there is productive consumption after all, right? There is a productive consumption.
Give me an example. I know what you mean, but do make it a little bit more real. Give an example.
Like like there's bad forms, not bad form. Like there's some kind of like capitalistic forms. Like for example, in my context, right? You have the merchant capital in Libya, right? Using like buying a lot of products, right? And utilizing a lot of products for selling the Libyan people, right? The Libyans, as we know, right, buy these products, right? Which is coming from different places, from China, from India, and basically like they utilize that for, for more kind of surplus value, right? Because they sell this thing. They're merchant, right? Merchant capitalist, right? And we consume them, right? We consume them. Given that, of course, and let me put you in the picture, Libya doesn't have we have oil, that's it, right? And we sell this oil. And we don't have industrialized, we don't have we didn't enter like America or other countries to industrialism, right? We kind of kept, producing oil, that's it. That's our you know, bread and butter, right? Basically. So there's a kind of counterintuitive, you know, form of like unproductive consumption, and there's productive consumption, right? Like consuming of raw material, the obvious example, like the consuming of art, right? The consuming of art and the producing of art, right? I hope that it's not naive for me, but like
No. So specifically, I can say
kind of like
you're talking about a very specific type of production, which they'll be getting into. They're not disagreeing with what you're saying at all. We'll get there. Because it's the same would be said, by the way, of bombs and guns. These are productive. They are consumed, like bullets are consumed. They're used. Whether or not they're productive, we can have a debate, but they are consumed after being produced. These things are, and it's
exactly.
So yeah, these happen. They're a little different though. We'll get to it because again, the question at the heart of this is not really is there consumption? There's always consumption. It's not, is it productive or not? Less so. Much more along the lines of the idea of the flux of all of these elements being decoded. And let's do this. We're going to go to the next paragraph. Let us consider in more detail how the elements come together with the conjunction of all their processes. It is no longer the age of cruelty or the age of terror, but the age of cynicism, accompanied by a strange piety. The two taken together constitute humanism. Cynicism is the physical immanence of the social field, piety the maintenance of the spiritualized Urstaat. Cynicism is capital as the means of extorting surplus labor. Piety is the same capital as God capital, whence all forces of labor seem to emanate. Last little bit. To continue, this age of cynicism is that of the accumulation of capital, an age that implies a period of time, precisely for the conjunction of all the decoded and deterritorialized flux. As Maurice Daub has shown, an accumulation of property, title deeds in land, for example, will be necessary in a first period of time in a favorable conjuncture at a time when this property costs little as the feudal system disintegrates. A second period is required when property is sold during a rise in prices and under conditions that make industrial investment especially advantageous. This would be the price revolution, an abundant reserve supply of labor, formation of the proletariat, easy to access sources of raw materials, favorable conditions for the production of tools and machinery. We're talking about steps of Marx and Capital. All sorts of contingent factors favor these conjunctions. So many encounters for the formation of the thing, the unnameable. But the effect of the conjunction is capital's tighter and tighter control over production. Capitalism, or its break, the conjunction of all the decoded or deterritorialized flux, cannot be defined by commercial capital or financial capital, these being merely flux among other flux and elements among other elements, but rather by industrial capital. Doubtless, the merchant was very early an active factor in production, either by turning into an industrialist himself in occupations based on commerce, or by making artisans into his own intermediaries or employees, the struggles against the guilds or monopolies. But capitalism doesn't begin. The capitalist machine is not assembled until capital directly appropriates production, until financial capital and merchant capital are no longer anything but specific functions corresponding to a division of labor in the capitalist mode of production in general. One then re-encounters the production of productions, the production of recordings, the production of consumptions, but precisely in this conjunction of decoded flux that makes of capital the new social full body, whereas commercial and financial capitalism in its primitive forms merely installed itself in the pores of the old socius without changing the old mode of production. It's a very particular space that they're talking about. They're still not even talking about production of production, like they're not even talking about production in Marxist terms. This is why I think I like to say they take Marx, they would say the same, they take Marx further than Marx was willing to go. They do a Marxist critique of Marx effectively. At no point does it matter that capital is doing almost anything that it does. That's not the thing. That's mistaking the image or the negative image for the activities. The same way that incest is the negative image of how we would look in the past. And we would go, oh, look, there's a negative image of that. That must be a prohibition. But that ignored and misunderstood how production was handled, what took production at the time. It wasn't prohibitions. It wasn't this symbolic thing. It was the way desire was co-opted immediately. The same would be said in the next step in the same way when we're talking about the despotic. To just go, well, they did whatever the king said, misunderstands the image for the thing, the production of productions, the way production is appropriated by the king and handled by that position, that symbolic order of things. How production is produced is what made despotism. For capitalism, it's not that some dude kept a bunch of money. It's not that he paid a bunch of people shitty wages. It's not that he had this or that. All of these things are kind of just pieces, and they're pieces that reify power specifically. It's easy to find them everywhere. They're kind of still everywhere. Same way we have despots today that aren't quite the same as before. Same way we have guilds today that aren't quite the same as they were in Italy in the 14 and 1500s. Like these unions we have today that aren't even the same as they were really 100 years ago. These images of things are mistaking the thing that matters, which is that capital has fully appropriated production. Before the capitalist production machine is assembled, commodities and money affect a decoding of flux through abstraction, the symbolic relationship I mentioned before. This does not occur in the same way for both instances. First, a simple exchange inscribes commercial products as a particular quanta of a unit of abstract labor. This is step one. Simple exchange inscribes commercial products as a particular quanta of a unit of abstract labor. It is abstract labor posited in the exchange relation that forms the disjunctive synthesis of the apparent movement of commodities, since the abstract labor is divided into qualified pieces of labor to which a given determinate quantum corresponds. Marx's labor theory of value explained very, very shortly, but incredibly complicatedly. The process of these things coming together is what they're hitting at. The commercial products have a quanta of abstract labor. Abstract labor is posited in the exchange relation that forms a disjunctive synthesis. Again, value does not exist prior to this. The synthesis, the disjunctive synthesis, either or, selective disjunctive synthesis, introduced by the despot, the symbolic, either or, not the lived experience of everything else. These things, as they're going, as value is seen, as value is made, as sense is made of this, in the process of the thing, abstract labor is divided into qualified pieces of labor, which is given determinate quantum correspondence. Quantum corresponds. But it is only when a general equivalent appears as money that one enters into the reign of quantitas. It's a little tiny quantities, which have all sorts of particular values or be worth all sorts of quanta. A table isn't just worth a thing because of the labor. That's old. Now it's the table is worth a lot of things depending on a lot of stuff, and there's a lot of quantitative elements to anything that sort of become part of this. This is the reign of the quantities, the breaking down of the code of the value of a table. All these values worth all sorts of quanta. This abstract quantity nonetheless must have a particular value, so it still appears only as a relation of magnitude between quanta. In this sense, that the exchange relation formally unites partial objects that are produced and even inscribed independently of it. Let me say that again. This is how I answer the critique of the labor theory of value, because I take it slightly differently through Deleuze. It is in this sense the exchange relation formally unites partial objects that are produced and even inscribed independently of it. A table, a purchase, a person, a thing, a house, whatever. There's a billion fucking valuations that are happening in there constantly. These are the either or little bits of the syntheses, the disjunctive syntheses coming together. And in this sense, the exchange relation unites these partial objects that are produced and inscribed independently of the exchange relation. It isn't in the exchange relation specifically. All things don't come together in that moment. All things are always coming together in all of their moments, and all these things are then coming together. Capital's fucked up this way. The commercial and monetary inscription remains overcoded and even repressed by the previous characteristics and modes of inscription of a socius considered in its specific mode of production, which knows nothing of and does not recognize abstract labor. As Marx says, The latter is indeed the simplest and most ancient relation of productive activity, but it does not appear as such and only becomes a true practical relation in the modern capitalist machine. That is why, before, the monetary and commercial inscription does not have a body of its own at its disposal, why it is inserted into the interstices of the pre-existing social body. The merchant is continually speculating with the maintained territoriality so as to buy where prices are low, sell where they are high. Before the capitalist machine, merchant or financial capital is merely in a relationship of alliance with non-capitalist production. It enters into a new alliance that characterizes pre-capitalist states, whence the alliance of the merchant and banking bourgeoisie with feudalism. In brief, the capitalist machine begins when capital ceases to be a capital of alliance to become filiative capital. Capital becomes filiative when money begets money, or value a surplus value. This is the change. This is the shift. Money didn't beget money before. You produced a despot, a king, would have to go acquire more shit. He would have to go buy more shit, build more shit, steal more shit, kill more people, take their shit, give me more shit. I want all that shit. Everything I can get, I want it. But the despot's money didn't make more money. That's not how it worked. Money would be paid to go commit war, but that money didn't make money. That's not how it worked. But money makes money now. If I invest $100,000 into a company and then I forget about it and that company turned out to be Apple in like 1992, money made money. Weird relation. Completely different relation when it comes to how capital functions and how money works. No longer that of alliance, no longer that of trading, no longer that of shifting. It's instead very, very, very set in a particular way. It's filiative. It not only is alliant, but also filiative. This setup is the thing. To quote from Marx, this is Marx, by the way, this is just Marx. Value in process, money in process, and as such capital, value suddenly presents itself as an independent substance, endowed with a motion of its own, in which money and commodities are mere forms which it assumes and casts off in turn. An example would be if I have $100,000 and I put it into my house. That's how people phrase it. I'm going to put $100,000 in my house. I'm renting. If I were an owner, I put $100,000 into my house. It doesn't mean I'm building a safe and putting $100,000 in my house. I'm putting $100,000 into my house, and I'm inflating the value of that house by that amount or by excess amount because I put $100,000 into it. I took people's labor and the material and all the complexity and all the nightmares of all of that, and it goes into my house, and now the house is worth $200,000 more. That's it. Done. Value is an independent substance suddenly. It's completely independent, and it's able to be put into things, and things are... They're odd, as they say here. They're this odd thing. Money and commodities are forms which it assumes and casts off in turn. That's the thrust here. Capital is this. This is the shift. Nay more, to continue Marx, instead of simply representing the relations of commodities, it enters now, so to say, into relations with itself. It differentiates itself as original value from itself as surplus value, as the Father differentiates himself qua the Son, yet both are one and of one age. For only by the surplus value of 10 pounds does the 100 pounds originally advanced become capital. That odd shift of symbolic relations that I mentioned earlier with the king and the lived and the not. Here's that thing. Well, how... Money is money, right? No, money's not money. Money is capital. Commodity currency, industrial capital, financial capital, all these fun things. There's a million ways that it works. How? It's just a dollar. Well, if I have $100, it's just money. That's how we talk about it. But if I have $100 and I use it to buy a bunch of Pokemon cards, and then I sell those Pokemon cards and I make a surplus of $50. So I make $100 and make an extra 50 on top of that. So $150. That 100 originally advanced isn't money anymore. It's now invested capital. Pokemon cards may be not a good example of it. Generally though, spot on. So this really weird thing happens where retroactively it became capital instead of cash spent because it made $10, the way a father makes a son, which is a symbolic relationship, not a meaningful one. And this is it. It is solely under these conditions, capital becomes the full body, the new socius, or the quasi-cause that appropriates all productive forces. We are no longer in the domain of the quantum or of the quantitas, but in that of the differential relation as a conjunction that defines the eminent social field particular to capitalism, confers on the abstraction as such its effectively concrete value, its tendency to concretization. The abstraction has not ceased to be what it is, but it no longer appears in the simple quantity as a variable relation between independent terms. It has taken upon itself the independence, the quality of the terms, and the quantity of relations. The abstract itself posits the more complex relation within which it will develop like something concrete. This is the differential relation of dy dx, where dy derives from labor power, constituting the fluctuation of variable capital, and dx derives from capital itself and continues the fluctuation of constant capital. It is the fluxion of this decoded flux from their conjunction that the filiative form of capital, x plus dx, results. Capital with the derivative of invested capital, excess capital. The differential relation expresses the fundamental capitalist phenomenon of the transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. That's capitalism. That's it. All the other shit, that's it. All this other shit is just fucking money and exchange and debt and all this other stuff. It happens under despots. It happens in a lot of places. Capitalism. This is the thing, the transformation of the surplus value of code into a surplus value of flux. This is why labor is at the center of it, because labor was coded, no longer. The fact that a mathematical appearance here replaces the old code simply signifies that one is witnessing a breakdown of subsisting codes and territorialities for the benefit of a machine of another species, functioning entirely in a different way. This is no longer the cruelty of life, the terror of one life brought to bear on another, but a post-mortem despotism. The despot become anus and vampire. Quote, capital is dead labor, that vampire life only lives by sucking living labor, and lives the more labor it sucks. Industrial capital thus offers a new filiation that is constituent part of the capitalist machine, in relation to which commercial capital and financial capital will now take the form of a new alliance by assuming specific functions. That's how we get to capital. That's what capitalism is. This is the thing. And this has huge impacts everywhere. Just like it isn't about having a king that makes you despotic. It isn't about living in prehistory that makes you prehistoric. These are tautologies that, again, are built from now. What makes production in these times is how desire is utilized. Desire in the original prehistoric sort of man-nature tribal way, immediately consumed, taken up immediately with etchings and pain and survival and death around every fucking corner constantly. The king comes along and you are at his whim or you die. And suddenly you have to learn what the king wants, to be obedient to him, to be empowered by him. God on high, Bible, exegesis, bullshit, all of this comes into play. Desire now trapped within symbols, not knowing really what the lived experience of anything is, but finding its way to be attracted to its symbols, invested in them, and doing what is wanted by those symbols on high. But capital eliminates codes, destroys them, frees desire, creating desiring machines, but it does so in a particular way, with this symbol falling back on itself, with an economy created. And this economics doesn't lose power. The power of the despot doesn't go away. The state is still there. The despot is still built into capital. Capital has dollars for a reason. The reason all of you give a shit about the value of the dollar. I know none of us want to be a capitalist. If you don't care about how good America's economy is doing, you should. Big problem for everyone if it goes bad. Same more and more with China, not as much, but these things matter to all of us because the value of that matters to how we will be able to live. Suddenly this symbolic relationship is different. Now it's excess capital, investable capital, and the rate of change of that thing determines everything about our lives. And the rules and constraints of that are put in place by the state ostensibly to control capital, they're in line for those same reasons, to allow it where it needs to be, metonymy and metaphor. This becomes the society we are in. And so with that, desire tries to find its way through all of this. But desire begins its life, and power needed to be put somewhere. Capital doesn't have power. You can't invest power in capital. Money doesn't have power. It really doesn't. Not in a political sense. Certainly not in a despotic sense. Power is exercised by people and organizations and structures. Capital doesn't really. Cash doesn't care about those things. It's too broken apart. In mass, it supports those things. But how do we keep that going? Well, the family. Because now, how do we teach someone a king exists or someone exists in charge? How do we teach someone to get in line? How do we do that? That symbolic disconnection that I talked about before of the king and the lived body, and how I mentioned it's related to the father and my dad, Randy. These are two people. One is a symbol, one is the person, the guy, the person who raised me, the person who cared for me, the person who did whatever, who disciplined me, all that shit in a big pile. That's that, but he's dad. Dad is a symbol. Dad is a man. Man is a symbol. Everything becomes symbols taught to us by family. And we learn through this family the power of those symbols. And we learn that power comes from one, maybe both of them. And the symbols and the lived experience, those two things get really fucking muddied. They get really fucked up. And this is where incest has to be introduced as a prohibition. Because now I don't really have a immediate take of my desire, not even from on high. My desire is not affirmatively being pushed anywhere. I am, and most of us in America are bored teenagers in the suburbs, not sure of what to do the next day and figuring out what to do at night. There's a lot of excess energy, a lot of excess desire to be placed. There's a lot of shit to be put somewhere. How do we control that? We've got to keep desire in place. We do it through axiomatics. We do that through rules taught, symbols taught, prohibitions laid at people's feet that introduces a new way of seeing symbols instead of just from on high from a singular position, the classic, the Lacanian sense, the master signifier and the chain of signification all the way down. But now those symbols are a little bit fungible. They're broken into pieces. There's a lot of room around them. There are now sets of symbols, groupings of them, you might say, mass amounts of them. What are those groupings? Well, just like with set theory, axioms set them up. These are the rules of life. X, Y, and Z. These things belong in this set, belong in that. These parts go together. These pieces go together. These do not. These do in these contexts. The memorization of these things, the rules of the axiomatic, create a set of prohibitions. And now we have prohibitions married to the symbolic. The prohibitions, you will not have sex with anyone. Do not have sex with family. Family is a no-no. Well, wait. Now it's a weird interaction. No longer just a prohibition of you can't fuck the queen. Well, it's pretty clear. Now it's, mom? But she's mom? I can't fuck any mom? No, you can fuck your kid's mom. Like you're going to eventually be able to fuck a mom. Don't worry. You're going to be able to fuck a mom. I'm a motherfucker. My kid's mom. But I can't fuck my mom. I can fuck your mom. Everyone's fucked your mom. Ha ha ha. These symbols, these jokes, whatever they may be, the prohibition is contextual and complicated. The axiomatics are too. Capital gives us this disarray of things that places in us the understanding from our parents of how to engage with the world in a symbolic way like this, but also in a image-based, consistent, self-oriented world is about me way, where before on high, the law would be given, and on high, I would have to figure out what the king meant amongst many people, and we would all agree on what the king meant. Now, there's really no king. It says what dad says to me. It's what my rules are for myself. Well, the universe is mine. the most narcissistic ending possible. Everything is for me. My mom, my dad. These are my mom and my dad. This is my house. This is mine. My country, my race, my people, my ego. Everything organized and set up for you, symbolically oriented around you, lived experienced however you may, but the axiomatic of all of it that allows desire and puts things in its place creates this other malformed image. Now you have a prohibition of incest that you didn't even know, like what the fuck, but now you have this odd image of incest. Rather than sex with your mom, it's now the rule of sex with mom, but it's your mom for you. So your image is different, it fucked up across the board. And suddenly all of it is broken. Suddenly capital creates through this power structure of the family all of these symbols, all of these rules, all of these relations that then are constantly being broken down by capital, but then being reified by the state and by the family. And this constant freeing and destruction. Hey, you need to go get a job at the local factory. Once upon a time, a thing that was said, Marx's time, is factory's open, go get to fucking work, we need money. At some point, hey, I've worked at this factory for years, you should work at the factory too. The next generation. Hey, I worked in a lot of factories, we've worked in factories for years, you don't need to do that. The factory doesn't really need that many workers, and actually we can afford to have you go to college. You should go to college. And you know what? Everyone needs to go to college. You absolutely need to go to college. Well, college is passé. You should just jump right into the labor force or invest in crypto. Pick a thing. The surge forward of the freeing of determined roles and determined rules and everything, the coded reality that existed for thousands of years is slowly disappearing in every way we can possibly imagine. And as it does, pulls back and the family fixes it, then does it again and again and again. It's freeing. There's no way to argue otherwise. It's absolutely freeing. Capital is freeing. But it re-enslaves the process of it. It frees desire and then captures it via axiomatic. And axiomatics and rules, they don't have to apply to the real world. They don't have to be lived experiences for anyone. They are metaphorical, mathematical, and they're able to fit whatever they need to. So the axiomatics that are positioned, that put things in places, end up in a position where we will have, the trans thing is, I think, a phenomenal example. We'll have people who deny that trans people exist. We will have conservative, weird, turfy people who believe that trans people don't exist. But then you'll also have part of the turf who believe that trans people are trans, but only if they have the medical condition and they are passing. And then you'll have other people who believe you have to identify as fully trans and that there's no switching, the same way that we went through the problem of bisexuality or being gay or straight until we understood, actual things. And this slowly shifting, there's all of these ranges because gender is code and desire doesn't give a fuck about any of these things. And all the parts that make up the code slowly break and the pieces come off and capital plays with them, shifts them. And there's a lot more openings for a lot more things, but it also recaptures. It's the process constantly of power and economy in force. This is chapter 3. I'm not going further in. My voice is dying. That's 3.5 fucking hours of Anti-Oedipus straight. And I don't know how I fucking did it.
Good for you. Good for you.
That's the basics.
However you did it.
We're going to do questions. Yeah, happy to. Now, questions about the text. Let's avoid anything that seems to be discursive, anything set up, anything anyone has issues with or questions or things they don't quite grasp in chapter 3. If you have a particular passage, all the better. Where are you missing? Because the reason I ask, because I'm going to die in about 25 minutes. At 4 o'clock, I'm going to stop myself because I literally will do this until I can't talk for like 3 days. Chapter 4, we're going into next week. Later this week, probably Friday night, I'm going to do a few hours stream in late evening. So a couple hours from now, Friday night, where I'm going to just talk of my favorite parts, go over some parts I find that I have issues with, that I'm still not super strong on. There's quite a few, by the way. But chapter 4 is moving beyond this to where we can actually start to identify and work with these tools and this understanding to affect our own power and our power to act inside of the society we're in. And if you don't understand chapter 3, you're really not going to be able to find chapter 4 very useful. So where you're, and again, don't expect to know everything. I've read this book 6 times now. Well, more than 6 times. This will be our, God damn, I don't even know how many readings. We're about to hit 5 years of the QC. I've been doing this every week. So a lot of readings. So it'll improve and it'll change, and other writings will help and fail and all of that. So please, as you go, don't hesitate. But what questions do you actually have now?
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay. Does the decoding, right? And this is a simple question, right? I can hear you.
Okay.
You kind of in and out.
Yeah, it's
Maybe
my
my
computer's
internet is very bad.
my computer's gone completely fucking insane. It's on me. Don't worry. Okay.
Okay.
I'm back. I think. Goddamn.
Okay.
So absolutely, within capitalism is the revolutionary component of decoding and deterritorialization as well. But it comes with reterritorialization immediately. And this is the seeming recoding. They refer to this is the thing. The state recodes. This is the job of the state under the despot as well. That there is a overcoding and recoding that happens by the state because they do not want desire to be just free. And I don't necessarily know if we want desire to be wholly non-social or anything like that. Again, the absolute version of this, as they say, the ultimate deterritorialization is the limit, and that is the autistic nonverbal subject in an asylum. That's no good. That's no good. So there is revolutionary potential in the sense of codes basically set up structures unknowingly of what things are and all the things that encompass them. By breaking those down, we start to understand that man-woman, for example, as a binary is a silly thing, that it's far more complex. Gay-straight, another silly thing. Child-parent, what that means is shattering. Race relations, poor, rich, all of these things, hardline codes of what everything means breaking is absolutely a revolutionary potential within capital. But capital's demand and need within power to fall back on and restrict and recapture that as it does immediately is the challenge. And how it does that is a very complex set of relations that they get through kind of actually the next 70 pages of this book, I want to say, from where I'm at, which is like capitalist representation, I think is the next section. Yeah. That's the, good Lord. Like it gets really complicated from there out. But how this is captured and how it happens is really important because we've seen, and I think I'd be hesitant to say otherwise, like there are despotic assholes everywhere in the world, but there is a weird progress towards eliminating the power as it existed, towards softening that and shifting that. There is positive movement away from abject extreme poverty. That I think has happened. And China, I think, shows an extreme direction of that in a wonderful way. There is positive, revolutionary, anti-statist movement in it. Absolutely. However, it is also built in the process of itself. It is built in to actually respond to that and take it. So when we have, an example would be Actually, Bitcoin is actually not a terrible example of this. The idea of Bitcoin was to create a version of gold that was finite, because these people were fiat lunatics, and they thought, we have Bitcoin, we have a limited thing, we can go back to having a gold standard. And the capitalists and the capitalist system didn't really dig this, actually, for quite some time. They really didn't. People fought against it. There were rules against it, regulation. And over time, as rules were able to be put into place that would bring it under heel to US dollars and to tie it to the US dollar and to put it in connection with it in an extremely deep way, all that went out the fucking window. I'm not saying it would have been revolutionary if it hadn't done that, but the idea of it and what it was trying to do had that potential. And then it was captured again by the state and power structures and legal structures to work within capital. This is this movement. When you have technology, for example, technology is another great one. Technology as a thing frees people. Let's talk about AI. AI frees people from having to do the shittiest art jobs or writing jobs or coding jobs that exist on the planet. No one wants to be doing the work of tires in Grand Theft Auto. No one wants to be doing the work of copywriting Twitter posts for Walmart. No one wants to be doing the back of box writing for fucking video games. These are awful jobs. No one wants to be coding for the 900th time a housewife's blog that she hired you to do. These are jobs that people take because they need money. And you got to survive to pay for other stuff. So the thing is, if we lived in a great little world, we don't. We live in capitalism. But if we lived in a world where actually, cool, I don't have to do those things anymore, those needed jobs, which they were needed for me to make Grand Theft Auto. I need someone who's going to do a bunch of fucking textures of tires and lint and shirts. But AI can do that stuff now. That's fucking great. I can focus on doing other parts. That's not how it works, though. Because instead of going, oh my God, the Rockstar doesn't go, Rockstar, the developers of Grand Theft Auto, they don't go, oh fuck, great, we've got this going. Now all these artists we can put onto doing other things. No. Instead they go, excellent, we're going to fire all those artists. And we're going to utilize the capital we would have spent there in order to protect against the next coming wave. And the next coming wave is another deterritorialization that becomes reterritorialized that ends up doing the same thing. A great example right now would be NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now $1 trillion company. They do all the AI graphics processors that kind of everyone uses. The A100s and others are just fucking crazy how fast they are for the type of AI that a lot of people are doing in mass. They are making more money than ever. However, they're not like hiring a bunch more people. They're actually saving it. Apple did this as well. Apple has a huge surplus of cash. The big companies kind of all do this. They have more cash than God by using this exploitative sort of system because they're allowing whatever money they need to be saved for the next thing, because those contractions are part of the system. And the capitalists know this. They talk about it. They're very aware of every 20, 30 years, there's a big change. We've got to be ready for this. This is how Microsoft has weathered not just the first internet bust and boom, but the 2008 crash and then the 2017, COVID. They were able to do this. Huge amounts of surplus that they've developed because they automate out people's jobs and they save that capital for the next time around. This push is one of the challenges. I like to use the example of if all of us here, anyone watching, let's say all of us have a farm and everyone's got a job to do a thing. Let's say I'm chicken guy, or like there's 10 of us who are chicken people. Others are cow people or plant people, and for the vegans, they're only plant people. It's fine. I don't care. But it's like 50 of us, we all have a job on the farm. And at one day I go, actually, I think I can get my job done by I build a machine out of toothpicks that automatically collects all of the eggs, washes them, and puts them in the refrigerator. And all I have to do is press a button. I do that, then I don't have to work anymore. And that's cool. That's great. I can draw. I can write music. I don't have to spend all day washing eggs. Everyone else goes, well, what the fuck? Why aren't you working? We all have to work. I'm like, well, my job's done. I did it this morning. I pressed a button. My job's just very easy now. There's a lot of ways the society can handle it. One is make everyone now do a little bit less work. So now Brooks presses a button and does part of other people's jobs. You redistribute the workload. The other way is to go, oh, thanks, Brooks. I'm the owner of the farm. You're fired. Eat shit and die, which is the system we tend to live in. It's not automation. It's not the deterritorialization. It's not the decoding that is the problem. The problem is how it is reterritorialized and recaptured through power structures and through capital itself that causes this change to not be actually felt as freedom. It's not emancipatory to anyone but the capitalist, who now has enough money that he can do things like spend it on, the other day I bought a big bucket of bottles from a shipwreck. It was great. It turned out they were filled with wine, and I've sold it for even more money. That life, the capitalist gets to have, despite all of us.
Mm. So the decoding has, things that it incentivize
it frees desire.
Incentivize and it's kind of make labor discrete, or I don't know how to feudalize labor.
Think of it as the breaking down of the codes, and the decoding is positive because it frees desire instead of desire being determined. And desire is determined when we say that, Brooks, you're working in a factory for the next 40 years, or Estelle, you're a seamstress now. That's how it works. That's what you're born as. You're done. That's one, enslaving you. That sucks, but you can justify it. People do that all the time. But desire, again, desire is what matters. The underlying desire is deeply fucking captured, because now desire is determined in what it has to invest in, where it needs to go. And there's an excessive amount of repression that has to take place to allow that. A proper worker, a proper wife, a proper husband, intense amounts of repression of desire. Decoding breaks that down. Suddenly when a husband can mean a lot of things, they're the ones who handle maybe the feed. The mom does the pumping, or he buys formula. Dad can do that. Well, then what does dad mean? Well, mom's going to be working. What does that mean? The comedies in the 80s like Mr. Mom and others talked about this. Uncle Buck was about a guy coming in as a surrogate mother. It's these odd breaking down of the social order frees desire to find other connections. Capital.
Other halos.
Other places to invest.
Yeah.
Other combinations of things, other collections of things. And that's the reason that they spend the time they do on desire, and the reason that AO, I believe, is a book kind of like The Logic of Desire or Libido. Logic of Libido sounds better with alliteration, but is because we're talking about ultimately how desire is affected. Because since desire ultimately produces us and produces our subjectivity and how we feel about things and how we react in our neurotic or autistic or strange or manic or depressive behaviors, then what desire is doing and how desires operate is actually the most material thing that there is, and the best way for us to really have a conversation about how to make changes. So when we talk about the autistic as being the representative of capitalism, which is kind of the purpose of the book, the produced autistic, we're talking about people who are produced socially. How are they produced socially? How do they find meaning? How do they not find meaning? Because they can't find eminent meaning within symbolic order, and they have to deal with axiomatics, which they can't find as lived experiences. They basically try to infer and live within a purely abstracted universe, blah, 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 blah. And suddenly the rules of everything start outweighing. Suddenly we get to the point where we talk about what means to be a mental condition. It's because desire is being malformed. Desire is investing in ways that are paralogistic, that aren't in line with how desire is intended to function or functions properly.
And you mentioned about the unscaped, or how, but in my terminology,
Mm-hmm. Well, you get to ask me that question, because generally speaking, I mean, at this point, you can presume I'm going to answer, right? And I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to take a shit in my hand and throw it in your face. Probably. One sec. I cut the question off. I didn't mean to. One sec. Can you talk one more time for me real quick? God damn it. Why isn't this working? Sorry, my audio's all fucked up now. One sec. I'm getting there. God damn it. This will be 2 seconds. I'll just restate the question because I'm finishing up here anyway. Just to restate the question, the way desire, how to phrase. You're gonna have to say it one more time for me. I'm sorry. I hate to do that, but I'm gonna have to.
Right? You mentioned that it's like we are kind of, there's things, ways of desire where like when it's uncodified, right?
Desire
as I
begins
understand-
without codes. Desire actually only becomes coded as a social sort of element. Desire itself is never like a code. There isn't like a desire code of a thing. Desire becomes coded for us to talk to each other socially. So this was the question. You were like, so why is it a problem when it escapes?
Yeah.
So
why?
let's say you, me, and 5 other people were the last people on Earth, and there would be a need for us to know that we can depend on the other people. Like that's it. That's literally it. Like, can I depend on you? Yes. Why? How do I know that? Well, look, I'm to say a way that no one would even say. Look, I'm disciplined. I pay attention, and I speak the same words as you. Some shit like that. If desire escapes coding, and desire does escape coding kind of a lot in Capital. This is how we have art, we have asylums, we have wars, we have all kinds of things where desire is being used in particular ways or is expressed in particular ways. But the need for us to have like a social world, I would say it would be the same as if you had a voice in your head that you couldn't understand, that would be a problem. The same thing. Like it's a desire in you that's producing you. You have many desires you don't fully grasp, and they're actually the biggest problems for any of us. You feel sad. My son the other day, and I love it when he says this, he's like crying, and I'm like, what happened? He's like, well, I got sad. I'm not sad anymore, but my body thinks I still am. Little things like that are like, it's like such a true fucking lived thing. I felt that way about a lot of stuff. We all have. But now expand that to other people. If I don't know why you're feeling a certain way or how we're connected, or that we're even speaking the same language, have the same goals, organize the same way, that we respect the same shit, how can we even work together on a thing? Like, it's necessary for desire to be coded, to not be escaping that. This is kind of the baseline for how the social world works. And why we take in groups of any sort, and we necessitate immediately building rules or rituals or setups, or we use shame all the time in the social world to extract people from it, or to demand people get in line, or to ensure other people do as we want and as we expect, because we can't have desire otherwise. Look at how people react. Again, I'm not saying I'm pro. This is not about desire running free. That's not what the book's about. But it's about understanding the process. But if we have people in their malformed desire are pedophiles, we absolutely all react negatively to this. The idea of such a thing is verboten, is a thing we immediately shut out. In the streamer world, you see this all the time. You see people like, if no one's familiar, I'm not going to start mentioning names, but there are people who like played into maybe being a little bit aroused by children and like play into these things because it seems like, oh, wow, they're outside of things. That's attractive. It's attractive to have uncoded desires that people are able to do. It's gross, like as a thing.
Yeah.
But they're still kind of coded and we kind of feel it. But decoded, wholly decoded desire, there's no way to know what's coming from it. There's no way to set up. And that scares the shit out of us. And when I say us, maybe not you specifically, maybe you're cool with it. But when I say us, I mean like go out into a mall or into a public place or into a riot or anything like that where there's a large group of people. If there is anxiety of someone behaving weird, or go behave weird, go be that person, see how everyone reacts. The weird is a problem.
I witnessed that in the Civil War. Actually, I witnessed that a civil war basically happened, where I was lived 10 years in a civil war, and I witnessed some of the madness of the civil war. So like, okay, but like, yeah, like I understand what I mean. What you mean, right? I understand that like. This is even terrifying me, don't get me wrong, right? Like I saw people like, sorry about that, but I saw people like, just like hit, I don't want to be censored in this quarantine, but like, I saw a lot of people get, dying, like in the civil war, and like the amount of like violence that I saw, like and the bombs and the hearing of bombs and like bombardments and these kind of things, like took toll on me a little bit. Like,
well, and this is where you start talking about like desire and its structures and how it finds itself recaptured. I went through not similar ish stuff. I was involved. Friends of mine killed a bunch of kids at a school I was going to, and so my brother, like, I was PTSD was a thing, and the after effects stuck around. But again, desire, the freeing of desire, and then the recapture of it is experienced even in trauma. We find reasons, justifications, ways to work these things into the world. School shootings in America is like a perfect example of this. They used to be horrors, but now they're the cost of doing business. And it's just seen as that. The wars in other countries, very often in America, as long as the countries are filled with brown people, kind of just the way it works. We kind of expect it. And so again, the we, the social order, the I, how I find my race, my people, my country, who I'm up against, how I'm setting up this hyper narcissistic symbolic element that has this odd interplay with representation. This is how all of us see the world. Now, again, we're not unified. We are drastically dissimilar. In fact, we are atomized in an exceptionally brutal way. And this creates that sort of place where desire, how it interacts, how it deals with things, and how it does stuff becomes malformed, becomes paralogistically built, and we come out the other side. There is, at large, the worry of not being able to capture desire, freely allowing things to flow without controlling them, without marking them, without setting them up. This has existed in the entirety of humanity. It's not a thing to necessarily get past. This is not about fixing you so you get past it. This is not a self-help program. This isn't Jordan Peterson's clean your room kind of bullshit. This is like, hey, the rest of our lives, we're all this. We're built this way. This is how we are. Set the fuck up. And how we need to get set up and how we need to get built, that's where we have some room. And capital functions in this particular way. So at this point, here's what I'm going to do. It is 4 o'clock. It's been 4 hours. I'm going to set up, because this has been a long day, but I have a little bit of energy in me anyway. What I'll do is I'm going to try this new little feature. Speaking of capital, if you like what I do, please head to Patreon. patreon.com/DGQC. Support it. Every dollar helps. It would be nice to be able to not have to be stressed about cash. That'd be lovely. You can super chat. That would be lovely too. You can become a member. All these fun things. Super chats, less so. Patreon #1. All that would be great. You can also join the DGQC at discord.gg/DGQC. Here's what I'm going to do. End of this week, Friday, I'm going to do a larger stream. It'll be a couple hours. It'll be in the evening. And I'll bring examples of a lot of these things in Capital, in the shifting of time, examples they build. I'll bring in some McLuhan. We'll talk about some semiotics. And we'll really prep for moving into Chapter 4 next week. For now, though, that's 4 hours. I'm tapping the fuck out. I'm going to die if I don't.
Hold it. Logistics. You said Friday evening?
Friday evening, 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock, probably Pacific time.
Eastern. Are you talking about Eastern Standard Time or Pacific?
Pacific.
Time?
I'm West Coast, so it'd be like 9 to 10 your time ish.
Okay. If you're talking about 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time,
correct.
That is 3 p.m. Eastern Time.
No.
Okay, so you're talking about 6 at your time.
No, you got it backwards. 6 o'clock Eastern is 3 o'clock Pacific.
Yes, and then if it's 6 p.m. Eastern, it is 9 p.m. Pacific. Yes?
The opposite.
No, it's 3 p.m.
Okay. I think I got it. I think I got it now.
So it'll be if you're on Eastern time, it'll be somewhere between 9 and 10 p.m. If you're Pacific time, it'll be somewhere between 6 and 7 p.m. If you're in Europe, I'm sorry, it'll be late for you. If you're in Australia, it'll be your morning.
Yeah. Isn't it a little bit better if it's in like a little bit morning in the weekend? Because I think people have arrangements. Just curious about your arrangement. Because
I would love to. I have the 2 kids, and in the weekends, mornings are like park time and running around and doing stuff until like noon.
Okay, so you already have. Okay, sure. I just.
But here's the thing. So here, look, I'm gonna do a poll in the Discord because I'm gonna drop another thing in here because. The readings are usually, these readings start at noon. This one went till 4, dear Lord. But usually about noon tends to be like an even spot for everyone. But then there's a lot of people who are like, especially in the rest of America, who are like, hey, I can't join in the middle of the workday. So evening streams tend to be really great too. But if there's morning on the weekends, I'm going to be doing a lot more streaming. In the next couple days, anyone who's involved with the QC is going to start seeing weird shit happening on the Discord. I am exploding the Discord and starting over. What this means, I'm not deleting anything. Everything that exists in the Discord, at some point, you guys will log in and you'll open the Quarantine Collective and it will be 7 chats and a voice chat. And that's it. It'll be completely fucked, like across the board. At some point after that, more shit will start appearing. That's what I'm doing until Friday. I think I'm going to start doing it tomorrow. I'm going to finish it Thursday. And then Friday will be like the debut of all of it with any luck. There's going to be a lot more room for reading groups, a lot more room for streaming, a lot more room for stuff. Specifically, a lot more room for doing a handful more live streams. I've had a lot of requests. It happens a lot in these readings where someone will share a link and they'll go, what about the news here? What about this? And they want sort of my take, the deleuze weird take I've got on shit. They want to like have an analysis of stuff, that kind of thing. There's going to be that every Monday night. This will be Tuesday. This isn't changing. AO isn't changing, but we're going to start doing weekend afternoonish, maybe early, Friday evening, definitely, because we've gotten a lot of requests for that. But I'm going to do a couple polls. We'll get some time set up, see when you guys want the best of Brooks, because there's only so much of me that's surviving as a thing. And we'll see. We've also got a lot of other projects. We have a wonderful project that has been being sort of spearheaded by a couple people in the QC that we're hoping actually to make semi-professional and academic, cataloging and quantifying actual inner experience. It's one of the things we've talked about on this stream, but we always end up talking about is like the reality of how disparate the narcissistic inner experience is for every single person who's alive. That we're looking at getting more people involved, interviewing people, talking to people, finding ways to communicate it. It's going to be exciting. We also have the quarantine. Please go for it.
Yeah, so I was actually about to mention that to you. So I'm not sure if you see this. I've been talking with the sociology professor that will mainly focus on the classical ones, and she has some book that's about to come out next year on the whatever kind of like a kind of psychoanalytic Marxist thing on whatever capital transfer, but I don't think she's going to go into the deconstructionist route because it's looked down upon. And she asked me to go to the communication department because she said because I was talking with her about the signifiers, and there is this professor that's specialized in queerness, modernity, and disability. I feel like there is some interesting thing about this whatever narcissism and defense that could be discussed with this person. I was just not sure that because
we will have a place. So
saying,
particularly, we're moving forward on a lot of these projects. The goal of the new build of the QC is to have a place specifically where these projects can live rather than just be in sort of weird ephemeral voice conversations like we've been having. Instead, have a dedicated place with a specific group and have it be more organized.
Yeah.
And so we'll have that this weekend. So I'll be watching for that this weekend.
I was trying to ask, do you want me to issue certain kind of invitation to these professors? Because some of them were venting to me how restrictive the school is, and they have been looking for some sort of outlet to actually
that would be the goal. I'm running over my 4:00 deadline. I have to drive my wife to a doctor thing.
Yeah, we can talk later.
We'll talk, but we're also starting a journal. Which is going to be writing anything from anyone, and a handful of other projects that we've got going. Yeah. And it's going to be open.
So it can be under the...
I have to get running. I hate to do this. I have to get running, so I'm going to shut off the stream.
Okay. Sure.
I've got to bounce. My wife is at the door looking at me. It has been lovely. Keep paying attention. I'll see you all Friday. And LJ, drop me a DM. We can finish off anything else because I do want to make sure I get everything taken accounted for in this new bill.
Yeah, I can start an organization here, but yeah, we'll talk later.
Can do.